So far, we're up about 6,400 for the day so far. Been calling it in Discord. We're looking to go long here on this pullback here. Still targeting that upper area right around 720 is probably what we're targeting. So that's what we're targeting. See if that plays out. Definitely will. We do have gold. We have multiple things moving up, which is a little rare. We didn't get picked up.
Order filled.
I have to plan to get, this is a, it is a chart 3 is the control, but
Order filled.
it's pretty volatile out there, so you got to be careful, obviously.
Order filled. Order filled.
All right, got picked up on 5. See if we can get picked up on more on that trade there. Minor pullback. So far, we're up 64.55 for the day.
Order filled.
Let's see what we're going to do here. What the hell is this? Are we streaming there? No, we are streaming there. All right. Well, so far we're up on that trade. Let's see how that works out. It is a fade trade on chart 2. About $1,000 on that. Treasuries. Let's look at treasuries. That looks to be a trade possibly. Nope, not yet. Treasuries, the next trade on treasuries is right here. Right around 126.29. That's the next trade on treasuries. On the downside. And then the upside, looking to break that level right there. 128.12. Why is that not showing up? Stupid. So how's everybody doing today? Trading once again, trading the Stock system. You'll definitely, if you just joined us, you'll want to actually join Discord down below. See if this trade pulls back. Looking to get on gold too. So that's kind of where we're at on gold. We'll see if either one of these trades work out in our favor. So far, they are. We are up about $6,400 for the day so far. That's interesting. So TradingView adds a I don't know if I really find that helpful, but because I don't read the news. But TradingView adds premium real-time news coverage from Dow Jones news wires. Huh. I guess I'd probably put in some trailing stops here so we don't get take a loss on this trade. We might get knocked out here in this trade though. It's messing with the RDA in chart 2. There's our 6 trailing stops. Did not get picked up on that oil pullback, that CL pullback. See if we actually make some profit on this trade here. Bulls do want the SPX surging above 4,300. I don't know why. Who would say that? This is why I don't visit Twitter. Oh, there we go. Does seem to be continuing up. It is at the RDA. We're expecting an RDA. If it breaks the RDA on chart 2, then I anticipate it will.
Stop filled.
Actually,
Stop
oh, we're only in 2 more.
Stop filled.
All right, up to 72.6 out of the market completely. Let's see if we get picked up on this pullback here. We're still targeting the 720 area. That's still what we're looking for. Might have to get back in to chase this trade a little bit, but we'll wait for it to confirm. It is holding the RDA, so that's why we're trading it. 5-minute RDA. When you say the 4 chart setup, do you have 4 charts open for each futures you are trading? Hey Adam, welcome. Sweet, good trade there, Glock. Yeah, so I have the 4 chart set up for every 4 charts that you see here, for every ticker. And actually because this is the 5-minute here, and the 5-minute is one of our charts of the 4 chart setup, what I have is just really just a 3 chart setup. So I'll just show you what I have. Well, actually, this is kind of what I have. This is my setup that I see on one of my screens, and then I have another screen where I have 3 screens. I have 4 screen. I mean, this computer, I have 3. In my kind of office, I have 6 screens, but I don't trade there so much anymore. I kind of enjoy the chair in this living area. So this is as you can see, this is the daily. So the only other thing I have on here that is different is the daily. And usually, if I'm trading, I don't trade this panel when I'm not streaming with the P&L on here, because I don't care about, I care about the P&L, but I know if I'm trading good or not. I don't need the P&L in my face. Damn it. Oil moved without us. That jerk. All right. So let's see if we can get back on a pullback here on oil.
Order filled.
There we go. So I have 3 screens. And then which really 2 screens would be enough if I wasn't streaming, but because I'm streaming, having chats up and everything else, seeing the being able to see the chats and when I'm streaming and everything else is kind of key. I really need 4 screens up here, but you know, I think for 4 screens I'd probably have to get a 780 Ti or something, or I'd have to add another graphics card to my machine up here. I don't know. I've been looking at the graphics cards, the latest releases, to see if I want to replace the graphics card that I currently have. I don't know what I have now. What do I have? I forget what I have. Hey, X Skills, how you doing? Doing pretty good, just focusing on trading. Probably only stream the morning session here. So you run 5T and 2T charts? No.
Filled.
No. Oh, look at that. Getting filled. Okay.
Order filled. Order filled.
So now we need to... Now it's the weekly open again being played with by the NQ. So we don't want to get too aggressive yet.
Order filled.
Because it's still playing around with it. So we'll see. Let's look at the NDX. Yeah. Coming down to test the weekly open again.
Order filled.
It's kind of an aggressive trade.
Order filled.
Ooh. Look at that. One more range down here, and then we'll see if that gets picked up. Thought the weekly open was in the rear view mirror, but yeah. Wait for confirmation, then we might add. Ah, look at that. Here we go. I think the question you're asking on the tick charts is probably what you saw. Is those are the remaining ticks on my tick charts. So that's a tick countdown. Tell me how many ticks are left. Well, we're still targeting 720, so we'll see if that hits. Gold pulled back. I knew I should have shorted that damn thing. So gold's given us another opportunity to maybe buy here. GC.
filled.
So there we go. We'll do a buy on gold. Kind of buyers on everything right now, which is a little odd. Usually there's a little bit more of a divergence. So I'm not going to give gold much room, but I'm going to give it a little bit of room. Put in trailing stops in gold. See if that moves in our favor. We're in 2 lots on CL. So got picked up 2. We'll put our trailing stops just above our entry there. And then we're in 7 lots on the NQ. And we'll see if this first, I expect this test to probably fail, and then it come down and find support down below this low on an NQ based on what we're seeing. But we're really just trading the system. Once again, if you're new joining us, what you want to do is you want to join Discord down below. That's the best way to get the most out of what we do here, is join Discord. You'll see a link below the video. I'll join the active voice channel on Discord as well. So there's no lag there at all. So we see the NQ is pulling back, which we expect. Did expect the NQ to pull back there and then come and pick up our other positions. Maybe not. Do need to make some coffee, so we will get around to doing that here in a little bit. Oh, that's next week. It's like, okay. Now it's just a waiting game. So it really is. It's not called trading, it's called waiting. So
Stop filled.
did you wait for gold to balance and pause a bit before entering? No. I entered gold there on kind of that pullback. Using chart 4 as my control, as well as it looks like it's trying to break out of the pattern on chart 3, but we'll see. I don't know, we're up about 7,300 for the day. We'll see how this trade works out here on the NQ. We did expect that minor pullback there, so let's see what happens when it breaks this level here.
Order filled.
Now we added 2. Able to get 2 lots there added. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, gold is having a hard time on chart 2 actually breaking the momentum there. Once again, I'm just trading my system. I talked yesterday about being stupid, and I meant that. You know, one of the best things you can do sometimes with your trade system is just be dumb and just follow it. If you've developed a trade system that has edge, oftentimes your real-time reactions is what makes it not work. So a lot of times I just have to be, what's the word I'm looking for, kind of stupid about how I trade, and not try to have, or not try to make it harder than it should be, or not expect it to be harder than it should be, I should say. You should be happy if things are easy.
Stop filled.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see what's going to happen here. We're down on 2 trades. Didn't get picked up on CL. Not aggressive enough on that trade. CL's got a direction it's going.
Order filled.
There we go. We're getting picked up on some of this NQ trade. Down a little bit more. We're also down on, I think we're down on the gold trade too. Yeah.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Ooh. It's ugly fade trade. Ugly fade trade.
Order filled.
Got the RDA down below, which we were going to test again. So we'll see if that RDA gets hit. We'll scale in. I mean, the plan was to scale in down to the RDA.
Order filled.
So that's what we're kind of looking at. That's on chart 3. So chart 3 has been our kind of control on this move here, especially when it broke the actual momentum there in chart 3. We'll see though. Ooh, it's getting ugly. So far, let's see if that works.
Order filled.
Move these ones down to the RDA. We got our basis pretty nice. Not quite where we want to be. We should have switched to momentum. We should have shorted this
Order
move.
filled. Order filled.
Yeah.
Order filled.
I should have shorted this move down to there since I knew, or since I figured it was going down to there.
Order filled. Order filled.
See if the GC trade moves in our favor as well. We're in one lot in CL. 26 lots on the NQ. Expecting a reaction here at the actual RDA on chart 3. It might continue to go. This is our next reaction zone. Also aligning with chart 4. So that's our next level right there in chart 4. Do have another level down below that obviously we don't want to scale into if we have to. So we might have to take a loss on this trade. I don't know, we'll see. Because the next level is at 510. The next immediate level is at right there, right where my entry's at. Ooh. It's ugly trade, ugly trade.
Order filled.
Yeah, I should have shorted down there. Shouldn't have expected the weekly open. I kind of got biased that the weekly open was going to hold. Yeah, I should have shorted that. Pisses me off.
Order filled.
Pisses me off I didn't short that. I didn't reverse. Should have reversed. Should have let... If you look at chart 2, I mean, I'll share this in Trade Room Alpha. Chart 2 is just so obvious that what it was doing. I hate that. I hate when it's obvious and I don't take the obvious trade instead of fading. So that was me more fading. Me more fading the market and not listening to chart 2. So in Trade Room Alpha, there's chart 2. I mean, we'll, at a minimum, we'll probably get out of this at a break even. Or probably some profit, but we had to scale in way more than we wanted to. The right move there would have been, you know, as soon as chart 2 and chart 3 at 9 o'clock, chart 4, I mean, sorry, switched over to, I should have switched over my bias. Bad trade for the
Stop
day.
filled. Stop
Pretty
filled.
sucky. What did I get stopped out on? Was that GC? Yeah. Friggin' A. Got stopped out on GC. See if we get picked up on this CL trade here in this pullback. Does look like it's going to stall here briefly on the NQ. Don't want to get too aggressive yet. Don't want to add another, I don't know, 30 lots yet. No, I misread the chart. Other than that, the fading the trade is there a setup that you like when you size up? Well, usually when things align, here is where if I wasn't this heavy, I would probably be sizing up right now. If I would have shorted this move like I should have, I'd ignored the signals. I didn't think it was gonna break 579 is what I thought. So I thought it was gonna hold 579. But it obviously didn't. So and it's continuing to sell off once again. It's using the momentum checks to continue to sell off. Now we are at a reaction zone here, so I do expect a decent reaction here. So I expect a decent reaction. This is chart 4 reaction, so I expect at least maybe a test up to 570, maybe a little bit higher, 579. That's what I'm looking for. So we'll see. All we can do is wait at this point in time.
Order filled.
All right, getting picked up on CL. So I did not want to chase the CL trade. I do think it's still going. I think it's clear that it's going to 73.50. But we don't want to chase that trade either. So we'll see how we do here. I think if the NQ gives us an opportunity to get out, we'll probably take it. We'll see. Depends how it gets there.
Stop filled.
A little upset that I didn't short this move though. Still upset about it. Just because it was very clear. I saw the changeover on chart 4, but I ignored it. But if you're trading level to level, it hit the next level. So now it's got a major level to overcome up at right around 668. So if we are trading level to level and this level holds, then CL is oil. Oil futures. There we go. Wait, did we get picked up on another GC trade? We did. It's short. Why is it short?
Order filled.
There we are. We're getting an opportunity to get out at break even probably on this CL, on this GC or NQ trade. So we might take it. We'll see. I want to see it tap the RDA on chart 2, which is right around 562. So ooh, it's being very stubborn there. I anticipate this 5 minutes are going to come up and at least test the weekly open. So I might hold for a little bit longer, but generally I don't do that when I'm in a trade that goes against me, that I was stubborn on or that didn't work out in my favor. So we're up on 4 lots on the CL, about 730, 740. Going to put in trailing stops right around our entry. And then right now we're just waiting for the NQ to either break down, hit the lower level, or it's changed momentum. Now it's a matter of can it go and test the RDA up at 14,562. There we go. I think it's going now. It's going to try. So now we're going to get an opportunity to get out at break even or a little bit of profit. We'll let it get up there a little bit more, possibly. Ideally, with this 5-minute candle closing in another. So we got the opening range developed. So we do have the opening range. Guess we should have took that opportunity maybe to get out of that trade.
Stop filled.
Look at that. Friggin' CL's pulling back. Not giving the volatility. I'm not giving enough room for volatility here. Here we go. This isn't valid. This 3. I don't need that anymore.
Stop filled.
Got stopped out of the CL trade again. Here we are. It's toying with us on profitability there. Ideally, I don't want to lose any money on this trade. So, but it might just stall here and sell off again. Yep. Got multiple opportunities there to get out at break even. Ah, look at that. See, I'm not giving CL enough opportunity or enough volatility move. Or enough opportunity in that volatility there. We got 2 more minutes in this 5-minute candle. Ideally, we want this 5-minute candle to close green and then follow through on the next one for the 5-minute to work out. Are you trading both? Was for oil ups and downs? I guess I don't understand that question. Let's see. Yeah. That's not a good close. That 5-minute close is not a good close. All right, there we go. Maybe that was our opportunity to get out of this trade. Might have been our opportunity there. Said the market usually gives you one opportunity to get out of the trade.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yep, that was our opportunity to get out. So now we're going to be hurt. It's going to give us pain. We're going to let the overshoot happen for a second here to the next level, and then we're going to either reduce or should have got out of there at that break even. Broke my own rule twice. All right. Well. Now the question is, do I want to double up to trade myself out of this, or... I'm more pissed that I broke my own rule twice. I do need to make coffee here in a second. Ooh, that's going to be a painful trade. We got one more level here at 507 that we expect a reaction. So that's our last level. There we go.
Order filled.
So let's look at the NDX and see what the NDX is doing. Same thing. We see a level there. Look at the daily. Yeah, the daily pulled back. I wonder if it's going to pull back all the way to the M9. That's the question. Is it going to pull back to the M9? That is the question. Yeah, I should have got out at break even. Yeah, it is literally, well, CL. I mean, it's CLN3 is what ticker I'm trading for CL. So it's CLN3. Is the month code. The expiration code. There we go. Okay.
Order rejected.
So do I reduce? That's the question. Do I reduce down to
Order filled. Stop filled.
Got stopped out of CL. Yeah, terrible fade. That actually was pretty painful. This fade. I should have just went with the momentum of the market instead of fading the market. Once again, my fade came back to hurt me. It's too late in this move to continue to actually it's all right. I'm looking at the chart.
Order filled.
If it holds this level, then I will believe this level. Yeah, I'm calm and collected because I mean,
filled.
I'm making the decisions. So, and like you know, when you kind of get used to having, you know, decent profitable days, then it's just you're just operating in the environment that you're used to operating in, I guess is the way I would word it. So I'm just used to operating in this environment. So I'm going to give it plenty of room here for these 30 lots. And then I'm going to go make some coffee real quick, but I'll be back. I'll be watching it. I can see it from where I'm making coffee. Yeah, I don't know why you can't find CLN3 on. You should be able to find it at any place that trades futures. Now the question is from here. What the heck? I did that. Is it going to actually find support and go test the weekly open now and then fail at the weekly open? That's the question. So it created a level. We have a level to trade against. It actually went to that level at that 507 level, overshot that level, held that level. So it went level to level as we expected on chart 4. Just wrong on the level that I initially was trading at. We'll see here how this goes here. But I'm going to go make coffee real quick. Look at that, it's being stubborn, of course. Guess it's going to come down and test this level again. We'll see how that does.
Order filled.
Look at that. That is painful. Man, man, oh man. I am on the wrong side of the market way too much today. All right. Let's exit that.
Order filled.
There we go. Exit the trade. I'm on the wrong side of the market. So let's recalibrate. Think where I need to be. Where is it going? I think this is the first place we want to start buying
Order
again.
filled. Order rejected.
What the heck? Why did I do that? Oh. Can't put an order at an invalid place. That would be why you can't do that. Good morning. You should be able to find CLN3 on there. Ooh, that's a pretty big red candle there for the 1 hour. Some news must have hit. I know there was news today. My account doesn't trade futures. That's why. Oh, yeah. I mean, if your account doesn't allow futures, then you're not going to find future tickers.
Order filled.
Right, there we go.
Order filled.
I guess a
Order
lot of
filled.
these Apple fanboys really love this new headset that Apple released. I don't know. I think it's cheesy, but maybe I just don't get it. Let's see what this trade does. Wilding out. Like I said before, I don't know if I shared this yesterday. Streaming for me. Hey, Morty, how you doing? Good to have you here. Anybody else have any other questions? Like I said before, it's called waiting. I'm literally just waiting. You can see we have a buy limit on the treasury bonds down here. We're waiting for that hit. I wasn't totally confident that it was going to sell off, so I didn't sell it. Well, we're waiting to see whether or not this trade on the NQ is going to work, which is a fade trade once again. Does not look like it's going to work. Looks like it wants to continue to sell off. We'll see. Take a minor loss here if it does. But we're kind of forming a triple pattern there on chart 2. So it's either going to work or not. I mean, that's pretty obvious, but should have been with momentum. Let's
Order filled. Order filled.
there we go. We're just waiting on CL. I don't know what we're waiting for in CL. Yeah, welcome S. I'm not sure how to say your name, Elite. Feel free to answer questions. Or ask questions, I should say. So crude oil, I think we'll look to buy if it gets down to 72.45. Yeah, everything's good on my end. So we're looking for 72.45 on a buy on crude oil. So, you know, we do have, if that doesn't work out, then we're going to look at the RDA right here. And then we should plan to scale in down to here. It's kind of what we should plan to scale in.
Order rejected.
Okay, there we go there. Bam. Get out of that trade. Yep. Should have traded momentum. Any specific reason why I trade these 3 signals? Yeah, because they don't correlate with each other generally. So they provide different. The reason why I trade these 4 different symbols is because they generally don't correlate with each other. Okay, we do expect to see a reaction here. So I'm going to trade. So generally they don't correlate, and generally they provide different signals at different times. So they're, I mean, you would say gold, if gold's going to move up, then generally the risk on environment, or the risk assets like the NQ are going to move. You know, oil is the blood of the economy. It still is. I don't care what anybody says about other energy sources. It's still the lifeblood of the economy. So oil gives us access to the real economic basis. And then US, well, I trade the NQ because the NQ is the best to trade, better than the ES. I don't like the way, I mean, I could trade the ES, I just like the way the NQ moves comparatively to the ES. And then so oil oftentimes does move in conjunction with the economy, but oftentimes it leads the economy and what the economy is doing. And then gold is obviously a hedge, or it has traditionally been a hedge, except for the last 19 years or so. But the gold people are finally starting to their predictions that they've been predicting for the last 25 years or so. ES is the S&P futures. So you'll see most futures traders, they trade the ES. A lot of them do. I don't know why. I don't know why they choose the ES over the NQ. I think the NQ moves much smoother and much better. Better. Yeah, should have been a seller all the way along that whole thing.
Order filled.
I'm still pissed that I wasn't a seller. So now we're just waiting for, okay, are we going to get picked up on this this buy here?
Order filled.
What plots overlay gold? Symbol for what, Conroy? When you ask the symbol for what specifically? For the NQ? And what you're seeing here, because I'm connected to TradeOvate, so I'm connected to TradeOvate on TradingView. So you can see my trading here. I'm using there's two things that you're going to find on TradingView for futures. So for the NQ, you'll find what's called a continuous contract. The continuous contract basically has no expiration months or expiration codes, and that's just the continuous contract. You can use that for TA. That's actually good for TA, but you can't trade on the continuous contract. In fact, most future brokers have a continuous contract ticker that you can view, but you can't trade the continuous contract because you're trading futures. Thus, they need to expire, or you need to take delivery. Well, you don't need to take delivery, but you probably never want to take delivery. But generally, one of the reasons I shared this before. One of the reasons why I trade the futures market is because it's a real market. The Forex market for retail traders isn't real. It's not a real market. It's a made-up market for retail traders. There is no benefit for a retail trader other than pure speculation to be in the Forex market. That's why there's so many brokers of ill dispute in that market, is because there's no real reason for that's an interesting ticker there, the Euro USD. I just don't know what the benefit of combining all those would be. All divided by 8. Yeah. I don't know, we can look at that ticker. Ooh.
Order filled.
Well, why would you divide it by 8 though? Just to kind of get the average, I guess.
Order filled.
Getting picked up on CL. So we're getting picked up on our first 2 lots of CL. Pretty big. So we do expect an RDA check there. Yeah, I think the Forex market is the most traded by banks, but what I'm saying is that why would that affect you as a retail trader? As a retail trader, why do you care if it's the most traded thing by banks? I'm going to put trailing stops into my position here so we don't take a loss here. 5. For most retail traders, you're never going to be trading at a liquidity size where you're going to have to worry about. I mean, if you're trading a low float stock and you're a retail trader and you're trading, a decent amount of shares, you do have to worry about your routing. But I can almost guarantee anybody that's watching this right now has no idea what routing is, or has no idea what and I'm not arguing with you BG, as far as what you're saying. I mean, it is the most traded market by banks, but as far as from a retail trader perspective, from someone that's trading under $100 million, okay, sorry, it's under $10 million. Well, okay. I don't want to get into the weeds here. For someone trading under $10 million, you have no liquidity concerns whatsoever in any market. You do have certain concerns when you're trading around $10 million that you do have certain disclosures you have to make. When you get to certain levels, it depends on what you're trading, depends on your broker, depends where you're at. You do have certain disclosures that you have to make. But most retail traders, that's why I'd say the Forex market is, and it goes back to what I was saying. I trade the futures market because it's one of the reasons why I like the futures market is, number one, you don't have the PDT rule like you do in stocks. Number two, your leverage is awesome as long as you know how to manage leverage. And then the other thing, it's a real market. It has a real purpose for actually existing. There's a real reason why the futures market exists. Let's see if we're going to get a test here on this trade here. Or are we going to get knocked out? That's the question. Question is, do we need to give this trade room? There we go. We're getting picked up on CL. I want to be able to see this a little bit better. Okay. I guess I don't want to see this a little bit better. Question is, do we give it room here to break through the RDA on chart 2? I think we do. I think we give it a little bit of room here to break through the chart on chart 2. I'll give it a little bit of room. Not much, but just a little bit of room. See if it's going to finally break through chart 2. And then CL's doing an RDA test. We also got a level test here. Down where my other three are at 72.21, a little bit lower than that. So that's why I didn't chase that trade on CL. I was waiting for a good pullback on that. I think we got the good pullback. We'll see. It's just a matter of, is it going to hold this RDA test or not? The PDT rule is if you day trade stocks. So Glock, if you don't know, it's called the pattern day trading rule. It's in the U.S. Basically, what is it? 25 grand. In order for you to buy a stock, like let's say you want to buy Tesla and then sell Tesla in the same day, you're only allowed 3 of those, I think, a week, right? So you're only allowed 3 what are quote day trades a week. You can buy Tesla today and then sell it tomorrow, and then that doesn't count as a day trade. But if you trade 3 stocks within a 24-hour period, you have to have $25,000 in your broker account. Yeah, it's 3 per 5 days. So it's a asinine rule. I don't know why it exists. Who knows why it exists? Supposedly we're in a capitalistic country, but we have these asinine rules. So you have to have 25K in your broker account in order to do that. So you just think about that though. If you had 25K in a futures account, your buying power and your ability to use margin, and you don't have the pattern day trading rule. The other thing with stocks, it's harder to short stocks, because what are you doing when you're shorting stocks? You're borrowing stocks from someone that owns the stocks. Now, on most stocks, you're able to do that relatively easily if you're trading high liquidity stocks. But if you're trading any low float stock at all, it's almost it's at size. It's hard to short a stock. With futures, you can short, you can go long. There's no stupid rules around pattern day trading in futures. Plus your leverage and the capital, it's just, it's just awesome comparatively to day trading stocks. Plus, the other thing about stocks that utterly sucks, unless you trade 20 or 30 of the same stocks and you just watch them, and I know some people that do that, the other thing that you have to do is you have to get up every day and you have to run a scanner and you have to figure out what stocks are going to move that day. And then you have to figure out the 10 or 15 stocks that you want to watch. And then out of those 10 or 15, 4 or 5 are going to be your movers. It's just annoying. I've tried it before and it's just annoying. That's why I developed the system that you see I trade here, which is basically, why don't I trade something that's guaranteed to move every single day? And why don't I figure out a system that I can trade that is reliable, that I can pull capital from the market every day, and I don't need to spend 2 hours or an hour trying to figure out what stock's going to move, trying to do all this other stuff. Options, I would say, are a little bit different. Same with, the options market, but yeah. So unless you find small cap stocks that moved 100% and are under 50 million and short them, most of these small cap stocks all fail after big rallies. Yeah. So, you can get good at shorting or, doing small caps or these even mid cap rally stocks and everything else. But I don't know. I just find the capital requirements asinine. I find the fact that you have to have a scanner. I still swing trade equities, but I'm long only. I don't short any equity stocks. If I feel like I need to short something, I'll find an ETF in that sector and usually short it. And usually that's the right move to make. But I'm in my equity trades today, I do all long only. And then I check my scanner once or twice a week. So for those that are wondering, I use a scanner called Stock Fetcher. I've showed it before. I've shown it before. That's the scanner that I use for my equity trades. And then that tells me things that are actually worth doing swing trades on. So we got our trailing stops in. We'll see if it actually comes up and takes out these next levels. We're in 5 on CL, but it looks like it's going to be selling off there. Or actually, I don't know what it's going to do here. I'm going to get out of that trade. So we're out of the CL trade. Look for the next level. So that didn't work out. We'll wait for the next level.
Stop filled.
Got stopped out as some of our CL trade there, or NQ trade. We're still in 15 lots, up about $9,000 on that. Yeah. So you said when you first started watching me, you thought I was trading stocks. Yeah, no, I just think day trading futures as far as capital allocation makes the most sense. If you were to put $25,000 into day trading stocks and you were to compare that to day trading the 4 tickers that you see me trading here, you should be able to massively exploit that 25 grand on futures 10 times more than you would on stocks. Given time, given allocation, given focus. Hold on, I need to look and see. Where are we at? So do we wait for this test? Do we wait? I think we wait for this test. I don't think I get aggressive on this actual ZB trade here, the bonds trade. I think we wait for the actual level test. That's about all we can do. Now, the one thing on ZB is the tick values are different. So if you don't know, so the tick value on ZB is this is 30-year bond is what is the value? I can't. It's 20. What is it? I forget what the tick value is. Let me look it up real quick. I should know. We got knocked out of that trade. Oh, I did make. I was like, didn't I make coffee? I need to go up and get it now. Yeah, sorry, it's $31.25 per contract. So it's a different tick value. So that is the tick value of ZB. So you'll see when I get picked up here on the ZB that, well, we'll do one lot here.
Order filled.
You'll see that, see, I'm down $62. It's $31.25 per tick. So that's something to keep in mind if you want to trade ZB, is the tick value is definitely higher than what the NQ is. And CL. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to get up and get coffee here. Any other questions? How would I figure that out? Oh, I have a stupid question. Say that you wanted to make 1,000 per day to start. What account size would you need to have on Trade08, and how many contracts would you trade? I'll answer that question when I get back, when I get my coffee. So 1 second.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
All right, so I'll answer this question here. We did get knocked out of quite a few of our trades on the NQ. See if we'll actually... We'll have to wait before we re-enter there. So the question is, let's say you wanted to make 1,000 per day to start. What account size would you need to have for Trade08, and how many contracts would you trade? So I'm going to answer the question without answering the question. Well, I'm going to answer the question, but that's the wrong question to be asking. I would say you're putting an arbitrary number on what you make. So in trading, you should never put an arbitrary number on what you can make. It's just a limiting factor. You should take what the market gives you. You should look at the market and take. So the real question that you're asking is that, if I wanted to average $1,000 a day, what is my capital amount? And
and it's really depending on how aggressive you are as a trader. You could make $1,000 a day on $25,000. You could do it on $10,000. The challenge is, it comes down to the way to look at what you want to be doing. I need to start. I'm going to try to get into the CL trade here. I think it's going to move.
Order filled.
It might move a little bit without us, so I want to be part of that move. I don't know if the NQ is going to continue to move. Hold on. So the question is, I'd reverse the question, which is, how much can you make with $1,000? How much can you make with $10,000? How much can you make with $25,000? That's the real question. And then that question comes down to basically how many contracts you trade and how effective your trade system is. So for instance, I would say the days that you see me have, you can trade, you can be within $75,000 to $150,000 and have days like I have. No, it's not a stupid question. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to answer the question in a way that is the right answer and not a BS, you need 25 grand to make $1,000, because there's no right way to answer the question. There's a million ways, or there's $100,000 or 100,000 different ways to answer your question, I should say, or 10,000 or so. So I want to answer your question right instead of giving you a false answer. So with an aggressive trader, and you're good and you're spot on, you could trade a $10,000 account and make $1,000 a day every single day. You could do that. That's hard. And the reason why that's hard is because generally, if you're an aggressive trader, you're going to have to do what I do a lot of times. You're going to have to trade yourself out of trades. You're going to get yourself into trades, and you're going to have enough dry capital or dry powder to trade yourself out of trades. So you'll see me do that a lot. I trade myself out of a trade.
Stop filled.
Or what you'll see in our system, and this is something that many people don't appreciate, is that our system, one of the things that we have in our system that I haven't, or that I share. So Mike has a question too, or Mike says, if it is about 6,100 per contract, makes 10 per tick. So to be able to trade your way out of a fade, triple that. So 3 to 4 min contracts at 18K to 24K to effectively trade. I would agree with kind of what your general synopsis is there, Mike, which is the way to look at it is, in our trade system, we have a certain scale in that is a 30 tick scale in range. That 30 tick scale in range, if you do properly, the market will give you at least one opportunity 80% of the time to get out at break even. You know, one of the trades that I did today, I was given the opportunity 3 times to break even. That is what so if you're properly scaling into a trade in the trade system that we trade, the market will give you at least one opportunity.
Order filled.
It's more than 80%, but I'm not comfortable going higher than 80%.
Order filled.
80% of the time to actually break even or make a little bit of profit on that trade. Now, most people hear what I just said, and they don't even realize how powerful what I just said is. Even when I released the training on the scale-in training recently with the actual numbers, a lot of alpha members didn't even fully grasp the full power of what they've been shared and the system that they have before them. Now, the hard part is you have to take that. So the hard part of this is, and this goes to your answering your question. So if 80% if you have a system that when you trade, every trade, if you scale in if you trade, see, our system doesn't let you arbitrarily trade in any area. You're trading at high probability areas. And if you scale in at a 30 tick range around these high probability areas, the market's going to give you at least one chance 80% of the time to break even on that trade. Now, the hard part is it's up to you to then take that opportunity to break even and not stick with that trade like I did earlier today. That's the hard part. That is the part that makes trading hard. If trading was easy, every Yahoo on the block would be doing it, right? Every person on the world would be doing it if it was easy. If these dudes that sell these bots that really worked, then everybody that bought the bot would be able to turn it on and start making profit. But it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. I'll share this. I'm going to share this. This is probably one of the few times I'm going to share this. If let's say that I was working on automating the system. Let's just say I was working on that. If I was working on automating the system, you would not be able to buy the automation for under 50 grand. Look at that. We did not get more. We're not being aggressive enough with our crude oil. I'd like to get picked up on these 3 lots, but I think I'm a little aggressive on these. So I'm going to move this one down just not to be as aggressive. Yeah, that's the last time I'm going to mention what I just mentioned. All right, let's see if we get pulled back there. All right, now is it going to break the momentum here, or is it going to hold the momentum? That's the question. And then is it going to go up and test the RDA? That's our next trade. Our next trade is actually around a short around 538. Put this EA on your chart and watch the money roll in if it was only that easy. Oh yeah, no, I know. That's why anybody's selling a bot, anybody's selling, and you're going to see this here in the future. In the next year, you're going to see people selling AI, algorithmic things. If it worked, they wouldn't be selling it under 50 grand, under 100 grand. If it worked, they wouldn't be selling it under 50 or 100 grand. Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot more. Don't get me wrong, I do think AI is gonna make a change in trading, but I don't think it's going to be the change that people think it's going to be. I'll look at US 30. I know you asked on that before, so sorry, BG, I didn't look at that before. So US 30, I want to keep this ticker. So I'm going to keep this ticker because we're going to look at that and we're going to see whether or not we can find some knowledge. US 30. BG, is there a reason why you like US 30? Can you trade US 30 where you're at? Because we can't trade US 30 where I'm at because it's a CFD. Read between the line. If the bot works, a firm would buy it out. So 50K would have to be necessary. Or he would sell it to them. Mike, I will expand on this just a little bit, just because I want to. If I had an automation for the system that you see me trading here, it would require a minimum 50K buy-in, and it would require a 6 to 9 month service level agreement in order to properly implement a automated system, because you just don't create a bot and sit on the beach with your Mai Tai or your whatever, your margarita, and just things just naturally run. It just doesn't work that way. Algorithmic trading has to be managed, and the risk parameters with algorithmic trading is different. It still has to be managed daily. It has to be watched daily. Okay, so we're looking at US 30. So Morty asked, so is that the Rexdog Trade System Foundation or the Rexdog average of the ATR? Well, the Rexdog Trade System Foundation, Morty, is the members foundation indicator. So it's a private indicator. So when you become an alpha, you get access to that. The Rexdog average with ATR is a component of the foundation, but that's our bias indicator. It's also the reaction indicator. So that's free on TradingView. You can find that free on TradingView. The Rexdog with ATR. There's also the Rexdog with just without the ATR. All right, so US 30, the same thing. I mean, as yesterday, we're just going to update our ranges. This is just where we're at. It's holding the lows. We'd be buyers in this range, and then the 4-day tells us that at a minimum, it's probably going to go up and test the 34017 area at a minimum. That's what it's showing right now. And then your downside targets are 32723. If that breaks, it's guaranteed that it's probably going to go down and test this level here at 32140. If that breaks, then it's almost guaranteed. If 3240 breaks, it's almost guaranteed it's going to test this level at 29276. That's how reliable the system that we trade is based on what the chart tells us. Is I can make these kind of pronouncements and I'm more right than I'm wrong. So for those that are new or just join, you want to join Discord, down below you'll see on TradingView and also on YouTube you can join Discord. I'm also on the audio on Discord, so you can also ask questions on Discord. It's where we're consolidating some of our sharing of trades. Let's go back to here. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick because I haven't looked at Bitcoin today. All right, so we had a decent day yesterday. We're having counter signals. Now, this is interesting what we're seeing here on Bitcoin, RSI-wise. The RSI is in a changeover state. So what I said yesterday before the sell-off, which then I looked stupid in the sell-off, is I said, well, I given the long-term analysis that we've done on Bitcoin, I'm more biased long at this point than I am short. So I still see that in the chart right now. The chart hasn't done anything yet that would tell us that we need to be biased short. So I'm still biased long on Bitcoin. If we look at the 4-day, we're kind of at a point where this area needs to be tested. If that area is tested and fails, then we're probably going to go below 15 grand. That's what I would say. So we would be going below 15 grand and we'd be testing this downside area at a minimum, this area right here, right around 24.95. So there's a lot of downside reaction areas on Bitcoin. Ethereum's the same look, not really any different. One thing I do want to look at is BNB, see how that held up. Yeah, that really sold off. So the question is on BNB here, I would be a buyer around 214. So I'll be buying more BNB at 214. I don't care what the SEC and all these other agencies are doing. I don't think they're going to destroy Binance. I just don't think it's going to be destroyed. So I'd be a buyer around 216. 213 or so is where I'd be a buyer on Binance, BNB. So that's what I'm looking for there. I think we could buy one more here.
Order filled.
On the actual ZB. So we're part of that trade. We're in 20 lots. We didn't get picked up on all of our lots on the NQ. Up about $8,600 on that trade. Let's put in trailing stops. I think it's going to go up to the RDA. That's our next. So our next trade is right here. Is a sell right here. That's our next trade. So we'll sell that pretty heavily, I think. If it gets up there. I think it will. I think that's where it's going. So down below on TradingView, you'll see join Discord. Thank you for asking questions. And that's what is TLS? Is that a ticker? TA? Did I answer your question, Morty? Oh yeah, I did. You said got it. Okay, thanks. So we'll see here. CL, yeah. We missed these trades on CL, so I don't even know why these are in the market. These don't even need to be in the market. CL-wise, looks like it's going to hold up this range.
Order filled.
So we'll see if we get picked up on a pullback here and then here. I don't know if US 30 is correlated to gold, I guess. I don't really look at those correlations. I guess I can look and see. And then the daily. All right, so that's what that looks like.
Order filled.
And then we can go to gold. I mean, it's close. Not really that close. So Glock, you have a question. When you first started trading, did you start by trading futures? No, I started trading. I actually started trading crypto and forex first, and then I became profitable in forex and crypto. But then, why is the NQ down? Oh, it's 11,000. That was only 1,000. So I'll go back to my trades. So, and then I kind of discovered futures. I day traded stocks for a little bit. I really bounced around, and then I was still profitable in forex, but I didn't like forex. I still don't really enjoy trading forex as much as I enjoy trading futures. I just like, although forex, the thing is, here's the thing. What the bottom line is, you could trade almost any ticker, or I don't even, it doesn't matter what these tickers are. The system is the same. So if we look at forex, for instance, and we just look at forex, so I'm looking and seeing at our, let's look at some do I have any forex on here? I don't even have any forex on here. So let's look at what would be a good forex to look at. GBP. Let's look at the British pound against the yen. Okay. Look. So for those that know the system, right? You know that we trade momentum. You know that we trade bias. Well, this is what's so, like, it doesn't matter really what you trade. It's just whatever you like to trade. And I don't mean, I'm not being facetious about that. Look at this. Right here, the momentum shifted to momentum long and bias long. All you had to do is be stupid. And all you had to do is buy momentum and buy the bias. Buy momentum and buy the bias. Buy momentum, buy momentum. All you had to do is buy momentum and just be stupid. Once you have this alpha candle here, this was a clear signal to sell here. All you had to do is sell the RDA. Sell the RDA. Sell the RDA. Okay, over here you overshoot. This is your first clue that maybe it's going to recapture the RDA. So then you don't want to be as aggressive. Plus, this alpha candle recaptures momentum. You should have been thinking long. This is why, like I said, it doesn't matter. This could be any ticker. You could send me a random ticker and we could look at the Rexdog system and we could put it on top of it, and it will give you the same signals and the same rules will apply. It doesn't matter. And so for me, what made the big difference is finding a system. Is developing the Rexdog system. Really what first came was the momentum indicators. So I first reverse engineered momentum. And then I said, okay, now that I understand how to reverse engineer momentum, what I want to do, let me go to my charts so we know what we're looking at. What I want to do next is I want to understand when I look at a chart within 10 seconds, I want to know, should I be long or short? And that's where the RDA came. I went through the CCI, I went through Bollinger Bands. I mean, any indicator out there you can think of, I looked at and said, okay, what could be my bias indicator? What is an indicator that I could have on every chart in every market? And within 10 seconds, I can know whether or not I should be short or long. I should have a bias of short or long on that market, on that chart. And I don't know, after going through a series of indicators, then it struck me that, hey, what I really need to do is I need to look at the market from the perspective of price and from the perspective of lagging. See, most people think that
Stop field.
we're getting knocked out of our trade here on the NQ for a decent amount of profit, but we'll see how that plays out. See if this ZB trade's working out in our favor. So far, we're in five lots on that. We're in up about $200 on the CL trade for just one lot. So we'll see. This pullback is happening right around 2 hours into the market. So, oh, look at that CL trade. Geez, see, I'm just not being aggressive enough with that CL trade. Well, the next trade on CL is a short. And that short is right around 75 spot, whatever that is. That's our next trade. 73 spot 60 short. Getting knocked out of our trades here on the CL trade, or not the CL, sorry, the NQ trade. Try and do a 100 contract trade. Why can't you trade US? Well, because we can't trade CFDs in the United States. Why would I want to try and do 100? I mean, I'll do a 100 contract trade when I see a huge opportunity. I shared a couple big trades yesterday. I think the biggest trade I shared yesterday was 80 lots.
Stop field.
So I think the largest I got yesterday was 80 lots.
Stop field.
So Glock, you know, you're asking how does futures work? One of the best things y'all can do, is, let me go to the Rexdog trading site. Damn it, we got knocked out of that, man. Well, where is that? Oh, that's no longer in the menu anymore? Okay. Give me a second. So do we want to get back in? So if you're going to trade ZB, for instance, you have to realize that with ZB, sorry. So this is the best. I'm going to share this both on TradingView and so if you want to learn about futures, this is the CME has a really good course and it's free. So if you don't know anything about futures, go through that. You're going to learn about futures and you're going to learn about the market that you would be trading. It's one of the best courses out there. Well, look at that. That's a failure. Okay. So what the market really tells us is that we have another level test here. Gonna get knocked out of the CL trade. Look at that gold sell-off. I knew I should have sold that. And I did sell it. Or I didn't sell it. We got a weekly open test here. I think we buy that at 1962.
Stop fill.
Sorry. That's interesting. Thanks, 7ARC, for sharing that. Binary index bars. What are those? So 7ARC shared this in our Discord. By the way, if you haven't joined Discord and you're watching this, you want to join Discord right now. Or TradingView, or not TradingView, or what's the word? Or you can join Telegram as well, down below. If you're on TradingView and you don't see Telegram, go over to YouTube and you'll see the Telegram. Hey, crazy Tuzin. Hi, crazy. What? Session disconnected? What does that mean? All right, so let me share my trades so that you know where I'm at before we go off on a tangent. All right, so we're looking to get in. We probably should have shorted. I wasn't watching gold quick enough. Damn it. Look at that. That is a perfect move, man. Just the system is just awesome on that. Look at that. I hate when I miss that. From 9:23 on, and I'm going to share this just so everybody can see this. So 9:23 on, chart 2 on GC couldn't have been more clear. Look at that. Momentum short, bias short. Should have shorted that whole move. But I wasn't watching the chart close enough. Look at that. Perfect short move. All right. So we're looking around 1962 spot 8. Let's make sure that chart 4 aligns with that. So chart 4 tells us that's actually 1956. This is actually the best trade. That's what chart 4 tells us. So I think what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to get into a short down to that level. But we're not going to chase the trade. We'll do a participation trade right now. We're not going to chase the trade. We'll do 3 lots here. We'll do 3 lots here. And we'll do 3 more lots here. All at key areas or reaction areas that we expect on the chart. All right. So that's where we're at now. So ZARC on Discord said the system works on any data set. There's an indicator trading view called binary index bar. Every bullish and bearish candle is 1 bar. It shows key levels and momentum in different perspective. Yeah, I definitely want to check this out. So binary index bars. Interesting. So the question is, can we put our indicators on top of that? That's the question. So let's add that to a chart. So let's do this. So hopefully everybody is along for the ride here. Let's do a new chart. Let's do a new layout. And let's do something that we're very familiar with trading. I always really typically start with the Bitcoin. So let's start with Bitcoin. And then we're going to go to indicators and we're going to add, what is it called? Binary index bars. Index bars. There we go. By Unknown Unicorn. All right. So we add that to the chart. Now, can we add an indicator? How do we add an indicator here? Can I add an indicator here? Interesting. Let me go back to the trade so you can see what's happening. Looking to get picked up here on the NQ. We're down still on the ZB. We're looking to sell CL up here, and then we're looking to obviously maybe get picked up on. I do expect a reaction here at the weekly open at 1962 spot, but the better trade based on chart 4 is right where our buy limit is. So that's where we're going to be. So we'll see here. on this fade trade on the NQ, whether or not we're going to get picked up. I do think that this is probably a good area to trade.
Order filled.
So we won't get too aggressive. But there we are. That's our entries there. All right, so let's look at this trade here. What is this? Oh, there it is. I thought there was a way I could add indicators here. I just don't remember how to do it. I think they would be right here. Data window. Nope. Isn't there a way to add indicators to an actual chart? Remove indicators. Interesting. All right, let's see where we're at on trading. In 5 lots on the NQ. It is moving. We're up $220 on just one participation trade. I don't think any of these are valid anymore then. So on the gold trade, should have got a little bit more aggressive there. We're looking to sell here around 73.61 on CL, crude oil. And then on ZB, we might be into profit here in a second. This is a fade trade, but its chart 4 is our actual control. So for members, chart 4 is the control on ZB. Once again, ZB, the tick value is greater. So you just want to keep that in mind if you're, I don't think any, well, I don't know if you're trading ZB. I don't think ZB has a micro. Does ZB has a micro? This is the mini. ZB is the mini, but I don't know if it has a micro. I'll have to look. Oh, BG, you may have to move it into the main chart and remove your regular candles. Thanks, BG. So, how do I do that? Do I move it up here? I know I seem stupid with this stuff, but like move to, okay. I know there's a way to do this. I just don't remember how to do it. Oh, here's the code with the MAs on it. Oh, okay. Sweet. Let's do this. Open. Let's create a new. All right, let's remove this. Boom. Go here. All right, so I'm not doing this. Okay. There we go. Interesting. So these binary bars, if we look at that, basically what it's doing is can be used for analysis of binary options. Okay, I know what binary option. Each bar goes up or down 1 unit based on the open and close of a traditional Japanese candle. The number associated with the indicator, aka index, is the accumulated count of up and downs for the available history of the chart, which will show positive or negative drift. So up equals 0. Up is, and sorry for those that don't know code or don't get into the weeds of this stuff, so I apologize, but you're along for the ride. So we got up, close, greater than the open, and then we got NZ up 1, so the previous candle plus 1. Oh, I see, that's the calculation. Okay, that's the up calculation, that's the down calculation.
Oh, then the index is just simply just an up minus down. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, and then they plot the candle. Okay, so index, 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 color, index, index. Oh, so they're using the IFF on both of these. Oh, I see. This is some pretty clean code. I don't think you really want the wicks on that because you're looking, it's a differential. So avoid vanity. It's you know, the last point here, it shows a positive and negative drift. I guess the way to look at it is it's a comparative delta is the way that I would explain it in maybe another term. So this bottom chart, and let's actually, now that we have that on there, let's go here to our chart here, and then let's add the RD binary index bars, and let's add it to our chart. So what it is it's a comparative, it's a different way to do delta in a way, using the candlesticks is the way that I would describe it, the way that I would explain it, I guess. By the way, so I'm showing the trades. We're up about 925. We only got picked up for 5 lots. We're up about 380 on that GC trade. I think I should put in a trailing stop in that thing, just because it's going to hit the weekly open and it's probably going to react. So it's going to probably react here at this weekly open. So I've got a trailing stop in there. The best trade that exists on that, and this is using the system chart 4. So hey, I'm going to actually, if you want to trade an awesome system, what you need to do is you need to join Discord. Send me a DM and say, how do I get started with the Rexdog system? All right. Now, it's going to react here probably at 1962 spot 3 GC. But the best trade that exists on the books as far as chart 4, and this is what I'm talking about, the system, is right around 1954 spot, 1955 spot 8.
Order filled.
What did we get? Oh, look at that. NQ really pulled back there. Look at that. It's just holding momentum. I should have shorted that. Instead of fading the market, I should be shorting it. I'm being an idiot today on NQ. We're still doing okay, but I'm just being an idiot. Being a literal idiot. So what about the wicks? I would say on this chart here, if we go back to this chart, the wicks don't matter because it's a delta. It's a cumulative delta. It's a cumulative delta based on non-delta data. What would be interesting to do with this binary thing here is, you know what would be interesting here? Actually, let me look
Order
at this
filled.
here. Let me look at this more. Let me go to Bitcoin. Okay. So let's look at the 4-day and let's see what it tells us. Okay, doesn't work on the 4-day. Well, that's friggin' annoying. Whew, look at that. Once again, should have shorted the market and not been long on this market here. Should have shorted it. So I might just get out.
Order filled.
We'll see here. ZB's really not moving. And then we've got, see that reaction there? I
Stop filled.
pretty much predicted the reaction at the weekly open. I didn't quite tag it. We've got another sell opportunity on GC. So let's get with that. Let's actually sell that properly. We've got a sell opportunity here, and then a sell opportunity here, and then a sell opportunity here, sell opportunity here if it gets up to there. And then we're looking for 1955 spot 8. That's what we're really looking for. CL, we should trade up to that probably level there, but I didn't get picked up on my entries. So what would be interesting here? Let's look at the 1 hour. Why does it not print on the 1 hour? That's weird that this indicator doesn't print. It only prints on the daily. Why is it not printing? Well, that's annoying. That would make this indicator completely useless on any other time frame. All right, so where are we at? Let's not get distracted. Up about $1,000 there on that trade. We'll see if we get picked up on any of these GC trades.
And ZB is not working out yet. We're looking for this sell at the CL. That's really where we're. So we're just waiting for everything to kind of roll out, get to our zones. So the ES, we can look at the ES real quick. See what the ES is doing. What time frame though? Oh, 5 minute. ES is pretty much following the same pattern as what the NQ is doing. This isn't printing on anything that's below a day, this indicator. I'll take a look at it though. All right, now is it going to hold up? That's the question. Yeah, see, we didn't get picked up on any of these GC trades. So the next trade is really right around here, is the long side. And then ZB is punishing us. Same with NQ. NQ is punishing us as well. We're about to hit the 11 o'clock hour, so I anticipate some increased volatility here at the 11 o'clock hour.
Order filled.
So I expect some increased volatility here. Scale price chart only. Oh, is that a setting that I would do to make this show up? Is that underneath here? I think that's underneath here. Yeah, I have it on scale price chart only. All right, let's see where we're at. We need to give it at least 3 more minutes to tell us whether or not either one of these trades are going to work out in our favor. That is the ZB trade as well as the NQ trade. We really need to give it about 6 minutes minimum.
Order filled.
What do we have filled on? Yeah. All right, so this is the last move. Down $1,000 on ZB. And then GC looks like it's going to hold the weekly open, or it's trying to hold the weekly open. And then we might be taking a loss here on this. Fading has been hurting me today. Should have been just trading momentum. I have to go back in my log today and just say, okay, don't fall back into old habits of doing stupid fade trades. ES is selling off. Oh, there it is. It does print on different time frames. It just doesn't show up. Okay, so I'm just stupid. I just have to reset the chart. So I'm just dumb. So you have to manually reset the chart. So what's interesting about this is that, okay, here's an RDA check, right? On the 60 minute, on the ES. So we're getting an RDA check. And
Order
so it's
filled.
just a matter of, okay, will this RDA check reaction? Now, on this lower chart, it's saying that we've got a little bit more room to go as far as the reaction that we would expect on the RDA if we're using this chart just from a straight levels perspective. What I mean by that is just look at this here and just say, okay, look, it's very clear we got a level there. Very clear we got a level there. And then we also have the RDA here. So from this perspective of this chart, the way it's printing, we would expect not this to hold up. You'd expect this to break and maybe come out and take this low out at 42.68, and then that would coincide with this 995 value, which is the RDA, is probably the way I would read this. That makes sense. Look at that ZB trade. The question is, I don't think we want to add any more to ZB. Wait. This isn't. Oh, yeah, it is me. It might not be added to the new site when we re-added the site. Let's see. Yeah, no, you're right. No, I figured out how to do the indicator. The ZB trade is not working in our favor. Let me go back to that chart. Make sure that we're trading in the right zone. See if we get picked up there. Give me 1 second. I got to make sure someone has access to something, but right now we're up about 4,800 on that trade. What would be OB?
Order filled.
What did we get picked up on? Oh, okay, the ZB trade. Relatively quiet on TradingView today. Usually there's a little bit more action on TradingView.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of doing something. I think Rex wants to go out and chill. All right, where are we at? We're up at $7,800 on that. We're down $1,500 on ZB. I should have sold GC. I should be selling GC down to this area. I should be doing that. That's what should be happening. I think I'm pretty sure you're already in alpha. Ah, look at that. So the question is, are we getting an opportunity to short maybe 1964 spot 8 on CL, or not CL, GC on gold? Is that going to be something that we're going to get an opportunity on? So that's the next trade on gold. We could maybe, if it pulls, if oil pulls back to here, 72, 71, then that would be a good trade there on the long side, up to that area that you see above. So that'd be something to watch. Oh, that's interesting. All right, sorry. I'm just focusing on, I was in the middle of doing something. Oh wait. Rex, I know you mentioned you might go away and raise your joining prices. Where are you on that? What the heck? Why is it not connected?
So there's two questions here too. How is it possible you are already in profit with Nasdaq with the inputs made and the value still low? I don't know what that question. Can you say more about that? Can you say more about that? I don't know what you mean by how am I in profit. So I know you mentioned that you might go away and raise your. So here's what's going to happen. By the end of summer, we're going to increase the price from $9.97 one-time fee to $5,000, and we're going to start consolidating some of the things that we're doing and focusing the alphas a little bit more and getting more focused. Come September, we're going to hit it hard. It might be in the next week or next 2 weeks, or probably mid-July is when we're going to increase the price. There's a few things I want to get in place first before we do that. And I want to give people that have been following, one of the things that people don't know, or maybe you don't know, is that, we have people that have followed me for maybe years or 2 years, and then they finally decide to join the training. That's not, the average is about 30 days or so. It takes people about 30 days to kind of come into Discord, see that we show up every single day, see that the system works, see that it's reliable, it pulls capital from the market. And then if it's a fit, if the system's a fit, then, and they can afford it, then typically they're jumping on board. That's our typical cycle for people that self-select themselves. Obviously, the last couple months, I've been pushing the training more than I ever have, as far as mentioning it and talking about it, and then actually, in air quotes, pitching it, I guess you could say. But I don't believe, the training, everything I do is highly undervalued, extremely undervalued at $1,000. So we're giving people enough time that have been with us for, whoa, look at that volatility there on the actual NQ. We're giving people that have been with us for a while enough time. Yeah. So CL is coming down to where we said we want to be buyer, which is right around the RDA. I don't think it's going to do, it might do a VWAP test, possibly. So we'll see if we can be another buyer here. I don't like the way that the NQ just destroyed all of our profits there. So there we go.
Order filled.
Took our profits there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put in trailing stops on the short, not give it a lot of opportunity, but maybe it's going to hit the lower level. Yeah, so we reversed, blew through some of our profits there. Going to take some profits here.
Order filled.
There you go. Took some profits there. We're short on that move. Not giving it a lot of room though, because it might actually find support. So that's the plan now. That's what we're planning. There's a few things I want in place before we officially kind of move things over. There's going to be minor changes too that we're going to be making on Discord and a few other things that we're doing. And then we're going to get prepared, and then we're going to prepare for our end state of what our end state of our mission is in here. So Glock, that's the answer. I'm not going to go away. We're still going to have a public side of what we do. I'm just, I feel that we're way undervaluing what we do here and what we have.
Stop fill. And
before we do the end state that we want to do, we're going to go through a period of increasing the value. And I know that's, like I said, we're giving more than enough time for people that are following us or watching the streams to say, hey, I want to lock in that lower price. It's lifetime, everything we add. The reason why we're doing that, and I'll just be upfront, is that we're starting to do a lot of things behind the scenes that I haven't shared that alphas will benefit from, that is just not sustainable at $1,000. And I abhor
Yeah, I did mention. So Conroy, you did. Yeah, we're gonna go stealth at some point. The end state of what I want to do, what I'm doing here, is at some point in the future,
Order filled.
when certain things align and when so here's let me answer this question distinctly or succinctly. When certain things have been put in place that I've been working on for the last 2+ years and they're solidified, that will then be the reasons for us to go stealth. So there have been, I would say, there's 3 skunk work projects I've been working on behind the scenes. No, there's no other cost to an alpha after joining. The one thing is that with Sierra Chart, because I am moving to Sierra Charts, trading with Sierra Charts, because the agreement we have with the developer there, that's the only additional cost. So if you want to have the Rexdog trading indicators and other things that we're creating for Sierra Charts, which are really awesome, so that's going to be an additional cost, but it's a one-time fee. It's not going to be a subscription. I just can't get around not having that one-time cost because it's involving another developer, and that's the agreement that I have. But there is no more cost other than the one-time fee. So even when we charge $5,000, it'll still just be a one-time fee of $5,000, and it'll still include everything we're doing. Like I said, we're working on the swing trading. I outlined the swing trading. I also outlined from going from job to trader. So there's 2 trainings that we want to hit hard. No, NT8 we're looking. So that's the other thing. So just the reason why Ninja Trader 8. The reason why also is that I have looked at all of the available platforms, and we've created. So okay, there's 4. So there's 4 things that I've been working on that I don't talk about, that I'm not talking about, and I will only talk about once they're done. But I am talking about it now, so obviously I'm talking about it.
Order rejected.
So I'm not going to say those 4 things are
Order
this.
filled.
One of the 4 things is, Sierra Charts will be available. I mean, Sierra Charts is available to anybody that has Sierra Charts. But I'm looking at all the popular trading platforms, and I would like the Rexdog system to be represented in all the popular trading platforms. So that requires a capital outlay, obviously, or strategic partners to work with. A capital outlay at a minimum. Plus, there has to be a plan in place to support that for when these platforms like Ninja Trader do something stupid and completely change their platform, and you have to redevelop your whole system. There has to be a plan in place for when these indicators are on these other platforms, like MotiveWave or whatever, or Quantower, Tradeovate, and everything else, that there is a very clear plan for when they make changes. So I've been in software development. I've done software development. I've taught myself software development. So hold on, I want to make sure that we're going to get out of this trade, or we're going to 1 second here. Man, fading the market's been tough this day. P&L wise, I'm not going to be, it's going to be merely 5 to 10 grand. Yes. Can you buy Sierra Charts in Canada? I think you can. I believe you can buy Sierra Charts in Canada. I think you can. Well, obviously this is invalid. This sell is invalid right now. We're more on the buy side on CL. We'll see. So there's 4 individual projects that I've been working on behind the scenes that all alpha members will benefit from. Yeah, so I will just mention with Sierra Chart, there is a quite a learning curve. It's not just something you just pick up and you like, hey, this is really cool. Let me see if I can actually use this thing. It is definitely there's a learning curve on Sierra Chart. It's still one of the best. There's various reasons for that. Yeah. So how is it possible that you're already in profit with the Nasdaq with inputs made and the value still low? I don't know. I'd like to answer that question, but I just don't know the answer to that question. I wonder if Sierra Chart actually has like a affiliate program. They do. I should join it. I don't do a lot of affiliate stuff. I do have people reaching out to me, even at my level. I'm not a big YouTuber or anything, so let's look at the Nasdaq. What the hell? Why is it? I think the daily's going for the M9. I think that's where it's going for. I think that's where it seems to be. It's going for. It's going for 326. So I think we trade down to 326. I don't think we do anything until it gets down to there. Gets down to 326. I think that's where it's going. What the hell?
Order filled.
I think that's where it's going. That's seeing what seems to be where it's going. Still waiting for this ZB trade to work out. So one project that I've been working on for about a year, or not a year, about 6 months, is being represented on all platforms that I think are valuable. That is something else. Just on, you're not very big YouTuber, which is strange because you're making so much capital from the markets. Yeah, you know why I'm not a big YouTuber? Because I don't play the YouTube game, and I don't play I don't sell to the lowest common denominator. That's why I'm never going to be a big YouTuber. I'm never going to be, because I don't sell to the lowest common denominators. I could do it. I have the skill. I have the marketing knowledge. I have the psychology knowledge to do it. I know how to, I could clearly build, I could be a top trainer in this space if I wanted to. I'd have to drastically change how I do things. We'd have to drastically change how we do things. We're moving in that direction a little bit. So I will caution some people here. We're going to start doing some more social media stuff and some other stuff, but we're going to do it our way. And our way is no BS approach to actually trading and none of this falsity. I abhor. So when my nephew was here, for instance, when I was teaching him to trade, he knew nothing about trading and he knew nothing about the market. So we spent a couple times where we just kind of went around YouTube, and he just said, and I don't remember exactly how he said it, but he just said, wow, there's a really big difference between what you're doing and all this other stuff I see out there. I'm like, yeah, some of that's intentional on my part. It's also that I believe over 60 or 70% of the YouTubers that you see out there aren't real traders. They're not really trading. They're trainers first. They make more money from their training, and that's their focus first. So they do all the things. I'll just give you an example of this, okay? And I know I'm kind of going off on verbal diarrhea here a little bit.
Stop field.
But we're waiting. We are shorting the market
field.
there. We're going to short the market again. We're going to stop fading the market like an idiot until we get to the zone that we think we're going to have a good. We're trading the daily on the NQ. That's what we're trading. Yeah. So I don't want to call anybody out. But So, well, so for instance, I'm just, and I'm not calling this guy out. So, but I saw Rainer Tao, I think his name is. Is that his name? And I'm just using him as an example. So I'm not saying he doesn't really trade. But recently I saw Rainer Tao, and I don't follow this stuff because I literally don't give a shit. I don't care what other YouTubers do. All I care about is, can I pull capital from the market? And the people that join and become alphas, do I support them as much as I can? That's all I care about. I don't give a shit about anything else. I don't give a shit about these other YouTubers. But I do from time to time, because I do follow this. I do see stuff, right? So Rainer Tao, I think his name is. He's a prime example of someone that, if you look at his channel, right? And I don't want to. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to be as what's the word I'm looking for? Trying to use him as an example, but not attack him is what I'm trying to say. Okay. All right. Now we're only in 10 lots here. Damn it, Jim. So I wanted to be bigger, but let's see where we're at. All right. We're going to go heavy if the NDX hits here. The NDX hits here, we're going to go heavy at 315 or so. If the NDX hits there, we're going to go heavy long. I think that's what we're going to do. So I'm using Rainer Tao as just an example, and I'm only doing this just because I want to use him as an example of a typical YouTuber that's a trick.
Hey, what's up, my friend? So welcome
Whoa,
to the
calm down,
ultimate.
homie. Don't want you talking to me. So, ooh, look at that. All right. So I'm only using him as an example.
What's
I'm
up?
not attacking him. I'm not saying he doesn't trade, okay? But I saw a recent video here where he shared how much he makes. And where's this video at? Where is his video? I think this is the video where he shows how much he makes.
Making this
Why do I have, I'm not logged in. I'm like, why do I have YouTube Premium? Ever since I got YouTube Premium, I can't watch ads anymore. So, and like I said, I'm not attacking Rainer. I think he provides some good value. I'm not logged in
switch
here.
to Shopify means designing an
So I have to
online
watch these
store
stupid
that
ads.
expresses your brand your way. Choose from tons of free.
So here he
no-code
goes.
themes to get started quickly.
How much money have I
Don't
made
have
from
editing
trading my
and
live
endless
accounts? Okay.
customizations.
So,
Hey, what's up, my friend? So in this,
all right. So I think he got a lot of heat because this was released in April 2023. I think he got a lot of heat from people saying, "Why don't you release your P&L? You have a bunch of these videos where basically you're just sharing chart patterns, you're just sharing these various other things." And like I said, I'm not trying to cause any static or anything here. I'm just using this as an example. Let's see what he
video
makes
I'm
in
gonna share
here.
with you,
He shows how much he makes. Here he goes.
the account ID, of course, is dash out again for secure. Address, my email, everything.
There. Okay.
Stop filled.
This is what I mean. Well, I can't. I don't understand his account statement here.
Things all listed down here, as you can see. So I want to hide everything, right? But Rainer, hey, what's up, my friend? So you can see this reporting period is from January 2020 to December 2020. for
Okay,
this
so that's a
particular
year.
Realized profit is about $20,000.
All right.
Unrealized profit is about $23,000.
All right. So look, here's what he just said. From 1 January 2020 to 31 December 2020, he made $23,000. Okay. He's one of the bigger YouTubers on here. He made $23,000. All right. I just want to let that sink in. Okay. He made $23,000, and this This is what he made in 2020. Now, I don't know what he made after the years, but I would assume it's probably the same average. I'm sure he made 30,000, maybe 40,000 the next year, but he made $23,000. Okay. He's got 1.74 million subscribers. He made $23,000 in 1 year. I made $43,000 yesterday. So don't ask me why. Like I said, I don't understand why. I don't care. I'm at awe why someone like him has 1.74. Well, I know why he has this amount of subscribers. If you look at my P&L, this is my P&L for the year. These are all live streams. That's my P&L for the year right now. I didn't include yesterday yet. But you can pretty much go, I link to all of my streams. So you can watch all the streams that are on here. You can see all the, I used to put the videos here, but the video, the page, the page took too long to load. So now I just link to the streams. So pretty much all of this P&L that you watch here, that you see here, you can watch me make, or you can watch me make 70% of it. Because sometimes I start a stream and I'm already up. Look, on 4/17, I made 32,000 what he made in a year. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not bagging him. I know why his channel is big. His channel is big because he sells to the lowest common denominator of traders out there. I don't give a shit about the lowest common denominator traders. I don't want the lowest common denominator traders. Do I have an affiliate link for what? For what? I don't do money affiliate links. So I want traders. I specifically do content for people that I think, I specifically speak to you. If you're on this stream and you're watching, I specifically, for my program? Oh no, just join Discord or go to my website, Rex Dog Trading, and then you can send an email. I don't do affiliate links because it's, so I don't, I guess I would consider it if someone had a large group and they wanted to like sell my system. I would consider that on a one-to-one basis. I don't even know if, I think the system I have does affiliate links, but I don't know. I'd have to look. The old system I used to use does. We're shorting the NQ here. So we're not going to get too aggressive here, but we're still shorting because we're actually looking for, like I said, we're targeting right around 319, 315 on the NQ. No, that's probably something I wouldn't do. So anyways, I use Rayner as an example of, he's a type, I specifically want people in my system that I believe have the right mindset. So I intentionally make it difficult for you to figure out, or not figure out. What's the nice way for me to say this? I don't make it intentionally difficult, but I make it harder. I don't just spoon feed you bullshit like these people do. Here's one of the secrets that these people do, and you'll see this, is that they will do videos where they will share with you
Order filled.
a chart pattern or a certain thing about trading. And what they'll do is they'll design the video in a way where you feel like, as a viewer, that you learned something. That you could put into practice right away. So these are the way most of these videos are, and it's usually around a secret. And we could just go to Rayner, and I don't want to use him too much, but we could just go to his stuff here, and I'll just give you an example. So how to draw accurate support and resistance levels, right? This is probably a pretty good video. It's probably pretty solid, right? Pullback or reversal, how to spot the difference, right? These are probably pretty good videos. But what I could almost guarantee in every one of these videos is that if we watch these videos, especially this one here,
The reason why
you're going to get just enough information to feel like you can implement that system or you can implement that concept, but you're not going to get the truth of how it works in real time in the real market. Hold on. I had to sneeze. Didn't want to sneeze into the microphone. That would have been too loud. So I just shared that because that's the type of videos that I would have to do in order for me to go to the dark side, in order for me to completely go to the dark side and become a super YouTuber. I'd have to do these stupid videos where basically what I do is I reveal to you a secret, but I don't give you enough information to implement it. So you'll notice the videos that I do on YouTube are longer. Yeah, depending on advertising, he can make 4 to 16 per 1,000 views. So probably makes more on YouTube than trading. Yeah, I know. It's just, look, I'll just tell you this right now. If I ever make more from training than I do trading, I will publicly go on and I'll do a YouTube stream and I will say, I make more from training than I do trading. I am not a trader. I'm a trainer. So listen to nothing I say in trading. If I ever get to the point where I make more from my training than I do on trading, I just could not get up and look at Rex in the face anymore. Rex would get up and he would look at me and he would say, dude, you're a literal fraud. You know, I'd probably question myself why Rex is talking and why I'm hearing him talk. But if I ever got to that point, I just couldn't live with myself. I couldn't get up every day and do this. If I made more from training than I did in trading, or I made more from YouTube than I did from my trading, I just couldn't live with myself. Have you been accused of being a fraud before, Glock? Well, yeah, I'd say so. Up until about last year or 2 years ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, I didn't really share my P&L. I didn't really stream. And then an epiphany hit me, which is, well, the epiphany was my why. I've shared my why. I know most people think I'm crazy for my why, which is for me to create 4 to 5 individuals with unbelievable wealth that have the same thinking of me, that want to protect freedom for the future of the world. I know that people think that probably is a strange why to have, but ultimately, that's my deeper why. Below that, obviously, is family, is taking care of my family, wealth, and just that, my own personal wealth. But then I had this epiphany, which is, okay, yeah, and I'm hoping it's more than 5 people. I'm hoping, I know there's 3 people for sure that I've connected with individually, and we've had deep philosophical conversations that are alphas. So I have, okay, 2 for sure, 3 that I think that we've had multiple deep philosophical conversations and that are profitable alphas and that are aligned with the mission when we ghost and aligned with everything that we're doing, and have the same thinking as far as freedom, as far as protecting freedom, as far as instilling these values to their future generations. So I know that seems, look, I don't need to adjust myself. That's the truth. That's the truth. So I don't really give a shit if you believe me or not. It's the truth. So that's one thing that drives me at a deeper level. And that's just me tuning into the universe. That's me looking at myself and saying, I've got terminal cancer. Why the fuck do I do this every day? Why do I get up and still stream? Why do I show up? Why do I continue to do training? Why am I so motivated to do this when I have other things that I'd like to do? You know, I agree. The world has gone crazy. So, and I believe that freedom needs to be protected. I believe that we're born free. I believe that we're at our core. People are happy when they're free, when they're as free as possible. So I believe that we've allowed our society to divert us too far away from we've allowed other people to control our own personal freedoms too much. Money is a good equalizer in that, because money is power. Where did we get picked up? We got picked up on CL. We're still waiting for this ZB trade. I might have to call it on this ZB trade, because we might be just off on that. And then we're shorting we're trying to short the NQ, but that's not participating with us as well. So we're going to do one more entry right here. It looks like it's going to try to maybe make a run here. So the epiphany I had, just to kind of close the thought, and then is that, how do I prove every single day? I'll answer that question about harmonic patterns. How do I prove? Well, the epiphany I had is, okay, if my stated goal, my why is my why, and then I show up every day, I want the alphas to have success. I want people that join my training to have success. What is the best way to grow the alphas to get to that point? And the epiphany I had was, well, I just got to show up every day and prove that the system that the universe has given me works. That's all I need to do. And that's why I said, well, the first step to that is I got to start sharing my P&L. I got to be upfront about my P&L. Not all my P&L. I guess I should, maybe one of these days I'll get around to sharing all of my P&L and equity trades, Forex trades, and everything else. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a once a year thing. Maybe that's probably what I'll do. I'll figure that out. But then when I started sharing my P&L, then it was like, okay, well, anybody could. Then I did the analysis. I said, well, the way I'm sharing my P&L is just like a sports bettor. So if you haven't followed the sports betting world, where these people on Instagram or these people do sports betting, here's how they do it, just so you understand. Basically, what they do is they do two bets, and they do. So let's say that you're betting on the Super Bowl, and it's the Cowboys against, I don't know, the Seahawks, for instance. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm sure that's possible, but they will bet for the Cowboys to win, and they will bet for the Seahawks to win. And of course, the bet that they show is the winning bet. So traders that just share their P&L and don't stream, they could be doing the same thing, which is basically they're trading two accounts. And then they only share their P&L on the account that they're actually profitable on. So when I said, okay, well, that is an argument that could be made for me sharing my P&L. The next thing is, okay, well, how do I just make it undeniable that the system that we trade works, that the system that I developed works when it's traded properly? Right now, I'm fading the market. Well, I'm not fading the market. I'm actually early on this actual trade here, but I might have to get out. I might reduce here. But we're going to give it a little bit of time here. I think it's going to jump up and pick us up here on this next 5, and then we're going to have to make a decision. The next epiphany I had is, well, I have to stream my trades. I have to figure out streaming. I have to live stream. The other epiphany that I had too is that if I live stream, it allows me to connect greater with the alphas. It allows me to consistently, because it's hard to come up with content and videos and training. Because the thing is, I can come up with more and more training, but why? I would just confuse. I don't need to go deeper into some of these concepts. My training is already extensive. And if I add more and more stuff to it, it's only going to confuse it more. So the training that I am adding, and I don't like this trade. I'm really upset about the way this trade is working out here, but we're going to give it a little bit of an opportunity. We might reverse here too.
it might be trying to go to the next level up. I think it might be trying to go into this level up here, which is 1453. So there we go.
Order filled.
I think it's going up there.
Order rejected.
Yeah. I can't do an order that's invalid. I get it. All right. Terrible entry on the long side there, but I think that's the trade to do based on the momentum change. But we're not going to give it much room. So we're in 20 lots. We're just going to give it a little bit of room. We're either going to be taken out at a loss or we're going to be taken out at a... So the epiphany I next had was basically the best way to support the alphas is to show up every day, but I can't be doing... There's only so many... Like, I can only cover reactions, for instance. Like, there only needs to be 1 or 2 hours on reactions. If you don't understand the concept of reactions after my 1 or 2 hours of training, then you're never going to get the concept because I can't distill it and make it any simpler than it is. If you don't understand the concept of trading around reactions. So yes, I do have to cover things from multiple angles. And the other thing that I have to do, it should be there. There's a link on my website that says get started now. You can use that form and send me an email there, Conroy. That's one way you can do that. So, look at that. We're almost at our buy limit on gold. Almost. It didn't quite hit it. I think we wait for it. And then we're early on this trade here, or we're either wrong on this trade here, on this fade trade. And I'm going to stick with ZB because that's a longer trade. That's the way ZB trades. So that was the other aspect of what I realized is that to make it undeniable, I just have to stream my trades. And the other aspect too is that, yeah, I am going through the training. We are going through the training and we're hitting certain things here and there. Could you share your stock finder filters so that you use it? Oh yeah. So yeah, I will. I have those. I have do a video so I explain because they are built upon each other. If you're familiar with Stock Fetcher, you could use my filters, but the problem is they're built. Oh, look at that reaction from that GC. Are we too aggressive on that GC trade? It missed us by like 3 or 4 ticks. That annoys me when that happens. Really annoys me when that happens. So let's see here. All right, so I've been fading the market way too much on the NQ this day. So my journal for today will be that I fell back into fading and I didn't believe the charts. Chart 4 led the way. Chart 2 helped. I faded way too much because I was trying to catch bottoms instead of actually just trading the charts. So that's the takeaway for today. So while I'll have a positive P&L today, it's going to be really ugly because I should have had an awesome P&L day, but I fought the momentum of the market because I was trading against the system. I was fading too much. I was waiting for fade trades instead of trading the momentum as much as I should have been. I did trade momentum a couple times so far today, but I'm a little upset that I even now, this trade here is more of a fade trade. But it's the trade that I see on the table given that it's almost lunchtime. So one of the things to consider is that maybe lunchtime, yeah, look at that. I want to see where we're at on the NDX. So here's the thing on the NDX is if it continues to go up, it's going to look like it tagged the actual indicator. So that's something to keep in mind. So waiting for an exact tag, remember these are zones. These are zones that we're looking for. We're always looking for zones. It's not an exact. When it looks like it's an exact tap, like look here. On the NQ, it is almost an exact tap. If the day closes up higher, it's going to look like it tapped that exactly, but in real time, it didn't tap our indicator. Remember, those are lagging indicators. A lagging indicator isn't bad. Or let me restate that. Most people say that lagging indicators are bad. What I would suggest to you is that anytime anybody says something's bad, you look at it from the other perspective and say, okay, what are the positives of that indicator? And how can I leverage the positive of that indicator? And then how do I account for the negatives? So our system, the rules account for the negatives of the aspect that some of our indicators are lagging. Well, all indicators are pretty much lagging indicators. But our system accounts for the fact that it's lagging indicators. But that doesn't, just because it's lagging doesn't mean it's bad. There's positive aspects to lagging indicators. The positive aspect to lagging indicators is it actually helps you stay out of tunnel vision. If you properly can read the market through lagging indicators,
Order filled.
what do we get filled on? So CL is selling out, or CL, the other CL trade is, so CL's either going to, right here, it's either going to find support right here, right around that area there. So we're going to put in trailing stops on this CL trade. I'm not going to enter anymore. It's either going to find support right here or not. And then we're going to get out of this trade here.
Order filled.
ZB. ZB's killing us, man.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right, I'm going to put in trailing stops into ZB because we don't want to lose too much on that trade. So we're going to put trailing stops down here. 9, 12. One of the things that's annoying about trading Trade of 8 is that with Sierra chart, for instance, what it does is it allows you to move your trailing stops. Meaning that you can move your trailing stops. Sorry, I went off my... Are you on EST? I'm on CST. I shorted the ES. Yeah, I think the ES is probably going to go down more. I mean, so far,
Order filled.
the trade is basically not get too aggressive on the short side, but
Order rejected.
short that there. I'm using my buttons wrong. Let's look at the ES. We can look at the ES. Okay, why does it say that? Well, the ES is at the 1 hour RDA, so if it gives that up, then yeah, it probably will sell off. The daily, I mean, the daily has a lot to go to the momentum check. So, I mean, the ES, if it does sell off, it could pretty much majorly sell off. There we are. So we're only in 5 lots on that sell. So we're going to wait for that same area here. Remember, we're looking for a 315 tap, ideally. I mean, that would be a perfect tap, is a 315 tap of the NDX. Right now, we're only in 5 lots, so let's just put in 5 trailing stops and give it plenty of room to maybe sell off. One of the things, we're in the lunch hour, so possibly it might find support right around 375.
So one of the things about it might find support at this level here, right around 388, 375. It might continue to sell off though. I think that the short is along the same lines as the NQ short.
Sweet. That's good that it hit your profit.
So I need to be a little bit more mindful of, so we'll put these up here.
So we'll scale in up to this level here, but we're not going to get too much more aggressive than this
because it is lunchtime. Yeah, part of that.
All right, we're still in 5 trades.
We're giving this ZB trade plenty of room. And then we're looking to get into the gold trade. You know, way up here, when gold was up here, right here, this zone, I was thinking that'd be a great short area, but it looked like it was a little aggressive. So I didn't short it. That would have been an awesome short. We would have rolled that all the way down. Plus, it was very clear, the momentum throughout the whole day. All right.
Well, we didn't get picked up on these, so these are invalid. We can get rid of all that. And we'll just put in trailing stops into the rest of the 5. Give it a little bit of room. It is lunchtime, so I don't anticipate that things are going to be moving. They're probably going to hit a pivot point and maybe pivot, and then that lower pivot. So it's that 315 level that we want to see in the NDX hit.
And then we'll probably go heavy the other direction if that hits. So let's watch that. It's right here at 319 or so. Watch the 5. That zone hits, gets below that, then we'll probably go heavy long. Most likely. I'd put on an alert, but I hate alerts. So there it is. It's finding support at our zone, which we expect. I expect another support zone at 376. So I don't expect it to easily sell off down to that zone, but that would be the exhaustion. So we're looking for exhaustion at this point in time. That's what we're really looking for. And then the exhaustion would be down here. Okay, why is it not drawing my line? So we expect one more reaction at 375 on the NQ.
The hell? Once again, it's lunch session. I didn't really plan to completely stream through this whole thing, but I'm feeling okay. I will have to probably end it here and make some food. Let Rex hang out. Guard the residence. I think he needs to do his duty today. He needs to start guarding me. Yeah, no, it's been good to said it's as long as I don't get distracted from answering questions and missing trades, then like I said, the biggest hit to my P&L for a long time was streaming, but I've since developed how to stream better, at least and trade better. I still need to get better at it. So I don't get too distracted when I may be going off on tangents. All right, so we do expect a reaction at 376, 375. So that breaks, then we're going to be looking for the 315 test on the NDX. But it's starting to stall a little bit, but we don't have an exhaustion move yet. The exhaustion move would be down to here. That'd be the exhaustion move for this overall move. It'd be a momentum check on the daily, and it would be below where we would expect at least a decent reaction. When I mean a decent reaction, I'm talking about up to the RDA on the 5. Chart 1, that's what I would expect. That's what I'd like to see. So I've been looking at a couple different... I haven't got time to test any of them. How did you first get into trading? For myself, a person at work told me about it. Glock asked. You know, I first got into trading because, well, number one, my wife told me years ago when I first met her, or kind of in the first year that I met her, where we were dating seriously. She said, you know, you should look at trading. I think you'd be good at it. And I said, no, that's gambling. And, you know, I don't go to, you know me, I don't gamble. I don't go to casinos. Or when I do go to casinos, if I'm up, let's say I'm betting, you know, I'm up $1,000, I'll just step away and just walk away. So I've never left a casino a loser because when I'm up, I just leave. I just know that the statistics are not on my side. But I also don't go to a lot of casinos or gambling. But so I thought trading was gambling. And then I had this dude. This is a funny story. Maybe I'll tell this story sometime. I had this business partner of mine, his brother. I actually met his brother first. His brother's older than him. And I'll just share the short story of it. He on a Friday during the day one day, he said, hey, I'm going to stop by. Do you mind if I stop by? And he might have said maybe stay the night or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure. He just said, I'm going to stop by. And he'd stop by like at 8 o'clock on Friday. And he had a bag with him. So I'm like, oh, you're going to stay the night? And he said, yeah. So I'm like, okay, cool. So he ended up staying for about 4 or 5 months at our house. So he just, I don't know how it happened. And you know, you don't know much about my wife or anything else as far as, but she was fine with it. She was, you know, after I said, hey, I think so-and-so is going to stick around for a while. You fine with that? We had a couple spare bedrooms. So she said, yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's good to have him around. Anyways, this friend of mine, like I said, this is literally how it happened. He just showed up on a Friday night, and I don't remember if we talked about him staying the night, but he ended up staying for like 4 to 5 months. Anyways, this dude was a super Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to destroy the dollar. He's a Bitcoin maximalist. He was early into Bitcoin. And I, you know, the tech person I am, you would think I'd be early into Bitcoin Oh, let me show my trades. I apologize for not showing my trades. Damn it. The ZB trade is really starting to frustrate the heck out of me. I think I need to get out of it. Yeah, because it's just not moving. And the daily is not cooperating on that either. ZB, let's do the continuous contract. There we go. Yeah. It's going to go down more. 607. Okay. Let's get out of that trade. Yeah. We'll restart it down below. Wait. What do I mean 607? 12607.
Order filled.
And then here is where we need to reverse right there. Yeah. Frustrating to be in that trade. Probably going to get knocked out of all these trades here. Anyways, so he was a Bitcoin maximalist.
Stop filled.
And he kept talking about Bitcoin. And at this time, I was running a consulting business, a marketing consulting business. He was helping out a little bit with that. But then also we were playing, I don't remember what we were playing. That kind of cartoon-looking shooter game. Fallout, I think we were playing. I think we were playing Fallout. And we were playing together. We had two computers in my office, my home office. And half the day we were playing Fallout. And then the other half of the day I was doing my marketing. And then the other half of the day, or I guess the day was in thirds. Third of the day we were playing Fallout. A third of the day I was doing my marketing business. And then hanging out with family. And then the other third of the day he was talking about Bitcoin all the time. And I just thought he was crazy. I didn't know what this Bitcoin thing was. But then one day I actually read the Bitcoin paper. And I was like, holy shit, I get it. And I'm like, I looked over to my friend. I'm like, dude, why didn't you explain this shit to me in the way that the paper explains this? Like, you're talking all this not conspiracy. You were talking about it's going to destroy the Fed, everything else, and that everybody's going to be using Bitcoin in the future. And I get all that. But why didn't you explain to me Bitcoin in the way that the paper explains it to me? He didn't really understand the paper or the Bitcoin white paper to the full extent. I saw it immediately. That's when I started trading. Then I started trading Bitcoin. And I just said, how do I buy Bitcoin? And then that was when I first got introduced to charts. And how stupid I was, or how I thought I was stupid, is that it took me about 5 days to learn how to read candlestick charts. Like, I didn't think I was going to get it. And I've taught myself 7 or 8 programming languages. When I first started trading and I was looking at candlestick charts, I don't know if this is bad to acknowledge or whatever. I don't really care. But I literally thought after about 2 days, I'm like, I'm never going to be able to look at a chart and be able to read these things. It's just too confusing. And then indicators, when I added indicators to it, I just got utterly confused, especially non-chart based indicators. So we're looking to, should we buy? I think we should buy at least one on gold.
Order filled.
So we're buying 2 lots there, and then we'll see. And then we're shorting down here on the actual ZB. We reversed our position. Crude oil is hitting the RDA. We could probably buy a couple there.
Order filled. Order filled.
Now crude's either going to break the RDA on chart 2, or so we're not going to give it much room. We're going to give it a little bit of room. Yeah, so there was a good week or two where I was learning charts. And then one of the reasons why you see on my charts I don't have a lot of indicators or I don't have any indicators that are non-chart based indicators, is because I think most non-chart based indicators mean separate in windows. Like this indicator here.
Stop Stop field.
unless it gives you very, very, very clear signals, I think they're a waste of time. I think any indicator that's not on your chart, that cannot be portrayed as a signal on your chart, is a waste of time. The reason for that is because oftentimes, if there's not a very clear signal on this indicator, you're looking for, what are you looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Not deviations. You're looking for, I don't remember what the word I'm looking for is. Divergences. That's what it is. And looking for divergences on two charts just takes time. And what I realized is when I got rid of these type of indicators on my charts, I suddenly only had to look at the chart and look at the indicators on the chart and what they were telling me. And I was making better decisions. And I was making decisions quicker. And I was right more than I was wrong. And then as I had other indicators that I had to look down on the chart and then correlate to the price action, it became harder and harder to decipher the charts. So there was about a 3-week period there where I was learning how to read charts. Let me go back to my trading. So we are looking to short. So we're going to call the bluff here. Actually, we probably should be a little bit higher and call the bluff right here. Probably scaling up to there. But so far, the fast momentum indicator has held. So there was a 3-week period there of me trying to learn trading where I just felt like I never was going to get it. I was just overwhelmed by everything. So how did I overcome that? So Glocky said you're kind of in the same way, so much to learn. Well, I did buy a couple trainings. I spent a couple $1,000s on training, which were garbage. The first 2 or 3 trainings that I bought were utter garbage. As I look back, I did learn a few things, but I'd say it was 90% garbage, 10% good stuff. That's why when I developed my training, I was like, okay, I want this to be 80% good stuff, 20% garbage. Because when I say garbage, what I mean by that is things that would be nice to, like, for instance, there's a concept that I teach in my training called intention, right? I believe in it. I think it's a good concept to know. But there's 2 alphas that are at my level right now. And then there's 1 alpha that's left the group that started a trading entity through NDAs, couldn't be part of my group anymore. I'm working on doing an interview with them, if they will allow it. But they did a partnership with 2 other traders, took the Rex Dog system, modified it a bit, and they're wildly successful. They just reached out to me in the last 60 days or so and said, hey, here's why I dropped off the group. Here's why you haven't seen me. Here's why blah, blah, blah. And just shared some things that they were allowed to share within their NDA disclosure. And then he also shared that's the first time he shared with his members or his other 2 people that he's in this business with, that actually the trade system, 70% of the trade system that he trades is really based on the logic and the concepts from the Rex Dog system. So I asked him, and I said, one of the things that would be cool is that actually we could do some kind of interview where we could maybe obscure who you are. And it would be very helpful for other people to hear kind of some of the journey that you've been through. Anyway, so that was an interesting development that I haven't shared before. Look at that. We should have sold that. Okay, well, this is invalid now. Damn it. So the next trade that's on the table for the NQ is the 315 tap. I guess we could sell to that. we could chase the trade a little bit. Because we do see, but we're not going to chase the trade here. What we're going to do is we're going to wait for a minor pullback, and it shouldn't really pull back much.
Order filled.
So we really don't want many of these entries to be picked up. There we go. We're starting to see the exhaustion move. Okay. Perfect. I think we're going to see the exhaustion move here. Now the question is, does it want to get all the way down to 282? Or does it want to stall a little bit earlier? That's the question. So does it want to do an RDA check? It's almost like we want to be down here. It's almost like we want to be down to the 298 area. All right, so let's not get too aggressive.
Order filled.
All right. So I think we're at 298. 298 is our new target for the NDX. We'll see here based on this sell-off here.
Order filled. Order filled.
So the question is, was that an exhaustion move? And why would it stop there? Now, obviously on the NDX, it's got this open here on this 60-minute. But I think
Order filled.
the better scenario is a liquidity test, if you want to use that phrase, down to 299. We'll see. We'll see. Yep. So let's not get too aggressive. Like I said before, we don't want many of these positions. We might be at the tail end of this move, though. I might just end up streaming this whole afternoon. I mean, I might just keep it running and then go make some food real quick.
Stop filled.
All right. ZBU's punishing us. Should have just went with momentum. So is ZBU going to find that area, or is it going to go down to that next area that we were projecting? I think it's going to go to the next area. It's just a matter of... NQ, we're only in 6 lots. These are invalid now. We can put in trailing stops, and we're either going to be taken out at a loss, or it's going to come down to hit our exhaustion level. So our original exhaustion level was 315, but then we kind of looked at the 60-minute, and we said, okay, 60-minute kind of gives us a little bit more clues that maybe the exhaustion level is a little bit lower than we anticipated. That exhaustion level is down here, right around the RDA, an RDA tap. Which, what you're going to magically see, I hesitate in predicting this. I think what you're going to magically see is maybe an it's going to close. It's going to tap the RDA, and it's going to close above the RDA. I think we can magically predict that. We'll see if that happens. That's my magical prediction based on the system, trading the system, and trusting the RDA, is that it probably will exceed it, but we'll see a close above the RDA, and then it'll then use that for support and rip up. That's what we're trading against right now. See how that works out. So what I'll probably do here is I'm going to make some food. But I'm going to keep my stream going, just why not? I didn't really plan to this day, but hey. There we go.
Waiting for that 298 tap or 315 tap. We're going to watch both of them. It is starting to find buys on every level here. Whether or not it's hitting stops or whatever, I don't know what it's doing. So what we'll do, well, I don't really want to miss this, that's why, but I'm getting pretty hungry, so I'm going to have to make some food. Plus, I've got to make sure Rex is out guarding the house. Your trading view disconnected, or whatever, for whatever reason, your trading view is much clearer than your YouTube stream. Three times clearer. Am I concerned about this? So let me see. Sorry, I haven't checked the stuff on. Well, I mean, according to this, I'm still connected on TradingView, so I don't know why it would be disconnected. I mean, I know that this stuff is... This... So, okay, let me go here. Are there any... I have 2 losing days in the last 3 weeks trading your system. And that is solely based on off the YouTube videos. Oh. That's good to hear. Free stuff. Are you concerned about the shape of the economy? Okay.
Stop filled.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't really... What's the word I should... Or how should I look at this? I believe that you should set yourself up so that you don't participate in whether or not the economy shouldn't affect you, is what I'm saying. I know that's hard to say because people are at different financial straits, but you should look at your life and say, how do I ensure that if there's opportunities because the economy is going down, that I can be a buyer of assets. And if there's opportunity, and when the economy is red hot, I can sell those assets, or I can then profit from those assets. That's the way I would suggest that you look at it. So that's the way I look at the economy. Is I'm waiting for I'm 2 things I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to understand when the real estate is going to bottom. I don't think we're there yet on real estate. Some markets we are, but some markets we're not. The market I'm in, for instance, is a very strong market. I don't think it's going to bottom the same way it did in 2008. So I'm looking at real estate. The other thing that I'm looking at is the car market. I'm watching the car market really closely. I think the car market is in a massive bubble. So I'd like to see prices come down to 30 to 50%. And then maybe we'll start looking at acquiring some cars on decent deals. And flipping some cars or something like that. So I think that the car market is drastically... I think the car market needs to go through a 6 to 8 month period where it feels like the car market is going to be destroyed. That's when I want to be buying cars.
And then there's a certain range of cars that we're looking at that you should be able to make 30 to 50% on if you buy at the right price. So those are the two things that from the economic system I'd be looking at. If that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense to people. Your trading view disconnected for whatever reason. Your trading view is much clearer than your YouTube stream. I don't know why that would be. I'll have to look. It could be I'm using OBS to stream YouTube. So I think maybe what I could probably try to do is on OBS is maybe scale it up. Because TradingView, I think, is streaming at, I don't know what TradingView is streaming at or what resolution. But I bet, so, I have a higher resolution. So for instance, I have 3 4K monitors, and if you have 4K monitors, you know that you get a lot of real estate there, but then also it can be hard to see at lower levels. But I've adjusted the one monitor that I stream on to be a higher resolution, so people that are watching on streaming can see it better. Based off the 15-minute, we are starting to lose momentum. Yeah, it's starting to slow down, but it's also lunchtime. So I expect one more exhaustion move down for it to tap this range that we're looking at, and then for us to be buyers, and then hopefully ride that up the rest of the day is what we're looking for. We'll see if that works out in our favor. I do want to do a series of videos here by the end of the week. Pretty sweet. Bam. So I think what we'll do yeah, NQ starting to, yeah. So I don't think that move's going to come until later on. So we're going to get out of this NQ trade.
Order filled.
And then we're going to look to scale in on a short up here. Not that high, but up here. So, and then the next trade that we're looking at is probably right around here. That's where we're at. So we'll see how that works out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go make some food, but I'm going to keep the stream on. I'm going to actually just stream through the whole afternoon. Guess it's a day where I have enough energy and I feel like streaming. So we'll do that. I kind of play it as we go. I'm going to get Rex so that he can actually go out and guard the exterior of the house. He's got to do his duty. Got to do his tactical duty. Let me make sure I have stops in where I want them in. If ZB comes up here, I definitely want to be out of the market. Otherwise, we want to be in there. And then we are looking for the NQ to come up here and probably sell off. So what we're looking for there is do another sell off and then one more exhaustion move down to the 300 range or so.
Order filled.
Just entering at key reaction areas here. Looking for one more sell-off, and then we'll go into the afternoon, and maybe the afternoon will be a long momentum. We'll switch to long momentum. We might have a switch over. Could have a switch over there. That's what I'd be maybe looking for. Gold is trying to make that move. It's trying to, so I would assume it's maybe going to go up Maybe try to recapture the weekly open and then fail and then come back down and then maybe find support again. That's what we're looking on the gold trade there. We're only on one lot on that sell-off. Didn't pick us up, but I think we need to be patient on this move here and just let it come up and pick us up all the way up here. We just need to be less aggressive on this move here and let it pick us up all the way up here. I think that's what we need to do. Just scale in up here. That's where we scale in. So let's just be less aggressive on that move. Kind of at the tail end of this move, I think, based on what the chart's telling us and the exhaustion. So I'll be back. Just one lot. That's not good. Now we're going to wait for that buy limit to go from there.
Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right, looks like we got the weekly open test on GC on gold. So
Stop filled.
we got stopped out of the NQ trade. We'll see what's going to happen here. I like to see an overshoot there and then short that gold and then go back long down where I'm long right now. We're going into the 1 o'clock hour, my time anyways. We can look at the underlying here in a little bit.
Stop filled.
Stopped out on the probably GC trade, I would assume. Yeah.
Stop filled.
All right. So we're expecting one more sell-off maybe in the NQ. Maybe. One more push-up, one more sell-off. And then we'll go long. That's what we're looking for. So if you just are joining us, one thing you want to do is basically join Discord down below if you haven't joined already. On TradingView, you'll see it down below, and then also on YouTube in the description, you'll see a link to join Discord. So definitely want to do that. If you are ready to get started, become an alpha, just send me a DM on Discord, or you can visit the website. There's a link there that says Get Started Now. Other than that, we're just trading. On ZB, we're waiting for ZB to get down to this weekly level down here. Tap this weekly level right around 1206, spot 05. That's kind of what we're waiting on ZB. So let's see where that's at.
should be right here. That's what we're waiting for.
See if that happens.
And we're looking to sell the NQ on this next momentum check here. That's what we're looking to do. Just more of a waiting game. The question is, do we... I don't know if we short... I don't think we short GC. Oops. When was that? That was April 20th. Interesting. Waiting for, all we're really waiting for, well, we're up on the ZIL trade, the ZB trade. Up 1,000 on that. We're just waiting for our NQ trade to pick us up. And then, is it going to sell off there? Is it going to go up to the RDA is the question.
Order filled.
So the next zone we want to scale in at there is up here.
That's the next zone we want to scale in at. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Whatever. Well, we're just waiting. See what, so we're in the pivot 1 of the afternoon. See if we get an opportunity
Order filled.
to be part of pivot
Order
1.
filled.
Or if pivot 1's going to pivot down, or if it's going to, I anticipate we're going to pivot down. Anticipate that's what's going to happen. I don't see any other trade on dock. So if it goes up here, it's probably going to go up and test these ranges here. So we probably should move this up just a little bit. Oh, we got a green candle there. So do we have a failure on this green candle, and then is it going to come down and then tap this? That's the question. Interesting. 60 minutes looking interesting. 60 minute is looking interesting on the index. All right, where are we at? We'll do the no one. There we go. We're still waiting.
No, we're still waiting for this trade to work out. We'll see if it works out in our favor. No, I'm not talking much, but there's not much going on. Still trying to work. Oh, look at that. Just trying to make a move up to the RDA, maybe. We'll call a bluff on that. We will call a bluff on that. All right, so we're still waiting. See if it hits that upper level. We'll call the bluff on that upper level. That's what we're going to be doing. You know what I'll say? I'll say this. Octopus are really amazing. I know it's a completely off the wall statement. But I watched a documentary yesterday on octopus, and they are literally amazing. I think there is isn't there a series, sci-fi series, where actually the octopus are So there was a sci-fi series that I listened to or that I read, and it was Spiders. It was a pretty cool book. I don't remember the name of the book. It was a series, and basically the series started with spiders landed on this planet, and you followed spiders as they battled ants. And then these spiders became, I guess it's spoiler alert. Yeah, so that's interesting. I know the DNA is, if you look at the DNA comparatively to, human DNA, which is an amazing thing if you look at human DNA and you look at the aspect of that there is literally a blueprint in every cell DNA. But then you look at the, well, what did I just say? I'm drawing a blank of squids, not squids, but their DNA. It is literally unknown to us, and it's much more complex, which is just astronomical. And then you look at some of the things that, they have multiple brains, multiple hearts, and their skin, what their skin can do. I just don't,
Order filled.
I guess in another life, what I'd be doing is I'd be studying those animals, because to me, they're one of the most fascinating creatures on this planet, and learning more about them. Octopus, octopi, or whatever you want to call them. They are definitely one of the most fascinating creatures on this planet. That almost don't. I'm not going to get too conspiratorial, but it almost seems like they aren't from this planet, based on when you start looking at some of their DNA, like you said, Conroy, and also how you look at some of the. It kind of. It's pretty astronomical when you start looking at just the raw data that we have, and they're still unknown. There's still a lot of unknowns about that creature. So I guess if I was into that, that would be the other thing I'd be doing in life, is studying them, because I think that is definitely one of the mysteries. There's tons of mysteries in the planet, but one of the great mysteries of the planet is the octopi. 3/13/2018. How could that be negative? Sorry. Apologize. That can't be right. That date can't be right then. Giving the NQ plenty of opportunity here. To sell off. Sorry. Geez, I don't know why all of a sudden I have this weird. Crude oil is trying to hold the RDA. ZB is we're still in profitable trade on that. I think maybe what we probably should do on ZB is maybe move our sorry. Move our trailing stops to profit. Let's see if we can do that. We're cutting it pretty tight on that, but let's do it anyways. 3. I'm going to bracket this. It's either going to sell off here and go down to our next level or not. Same with the NQ. NQ is really stalling. Its volatility has really slowed down. Well, so far the NQ is doing what we expect. See if that continues. All right, we're in. We should have sold the GC. Now the question is
Stop filled.
I think 72 spot 33. We're getting knocked out of our ZB trade. On CL, I think what we do is on CL, it looks to be the level that we're watching on CL is actually 72 spot 20. So that's where we're going to go long. Going to go long around 72 spot 20. That's what the chart tells us. That's what the system tells us. So look at eels as well, particularly their spawning. Yeah, you know, eels and everything else. Wow, interesting. So where do you place your stop loss? I don't see. Well, I usually, if I don't have protective stops, then usually I have
Stop
protective
filled.
stops. So you'll see my protective stops. But if I don't, then that means I'm actively managing that trade. Meaning that I'm watching, or I'm not watching the chart, but I always have enough capital to trade myself out of a trade. So, you know, I'm taking a risk there that it's going to spike and something's going to happen. Trump's going to come back and storm the White House and come back into office. And then the NQ is going to rip up. So I am risking that. But that's the way I trade. So on trading in private water is an environment preventing them from becoming more successful in evolution. I guess life on the surface makes you evolutionary more. But back to the charts. You're winning. You're waiting for the NQ doing what exactly? Just tuned in. Can you tell me the strategy? Yeah, so NQ, what we're waiting for really is the NDX to hit our zone down here, which is that yellow line, which is our RDA, which is our bias indicator. It's actually a reaction indicator too. So we're looking for the NQ to sell off here in the afternoon, back down to this range here, this little red box, and then we'll be buyers. So that's what we're doing. We're selling the NQ, and right now it's not cooperating exactly how we want it to. So sometimes I have stops, sometimes I am just managing the trade in real time. Best practice is
protective stops. That signal might not come today. And we'll see. We'll see. It's not going to chase the trade. We're just going to let it decide to either come to us or not. It's going to do one or two things. I think. We'll see. I think. We'll see. There we go. Just being patient with the trade here. Should have sold the NQ there. Don't like that we got out of ZB there, but that's fine. We're still in profit. Waiting for the CL trade to pick us up there down below. We might scale in more to that once we get down there. Person is no longer there. There we go. It's starting to sell off finally. 3,718. 3,718. There we go. We're starting to see the sell off. The question is, do we want to get heavier on this move?
Order filled.
Yeah. Too loud, man. All right, we'll see. We're in about 9 lots. We'll see if we can get picked up for more. Looking for the zone down below to be tapped. Take out the low, then go long. So we'll see how that works out. Right now we're up about 2,500 or so. I don't know, I didn't plan to stream all day. I just kind of fell into the zone.
Stop filled.
Stopped out of ZB. Yeah. Sucky trade. Ah, look at that sell-off. Think we can take some profit on that. Let me see if there's any comments here. Is there a reason why I don't have VWAP? I do have VWAP. On CO, are you looking at chart 4 touching? Yeah. So on CL, that's, I'm looking for that failure, and then I'm looking for the next level down on C4. So that is, I'm expecting that to fail, but that should be a trade. So I'm expecting that fail, and then I'm expecting the lower level at 72.20, 72.20 on CL level on C4
Stop
to
fail.
be the trade. That's what I'm looking for. All right, we're up about $5 grand on this trade here. Let's see what we can do on this. Up about 6,400 on the trade. Why are my, all right, let's do this. Okay. Trading view locked up. That's great. Awesome. It's always good when that happens. I always like when trading view locks up. Save it. And then we'll reload it. The hell is all this crap? Alright. Well, that sucks. Is there any reason why you don't have a VWAP? I do have VWAP. So we do use VWAP in our system. Let me go over here. What the hell? Live account. What the? Gee, why the fuck is it not? Sorry. I just hate when things friggin' don't work the way they're supposed to work. What the hell, dude? Whatever. Don't friggin' work. I don't give a shit. That's the only thing that does bother me about streaming, is that you just have more technology that you got to deal with. So that is the only thing that does bother me about streaming. Just more technology that gets in the way of trading. No, I do have VWAP. It's on my charts. It's just not on the charts maybe that you... No, it is on the charts. It's on every one of these charts. There's VWAP on CL.
Stop filled.
Got knocked out of ZB. Or no, we got knocked out of... this little stupid ass NQ. Did it hit our zone? Nope. It's trying to stall here. I think it's going to do one more sell-off, though. According to what the chart's telling us, it's going to do one more sell-off.
We'll see though. Might not. Might have used that level right there on the 5 minute to actually find support. But we're looking for one more sell off to our zone. That's what we're looking for. Ideally, the sell off will happen here, right around the RDA on chart 2.
What's going on, Uncle?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not much. Just
You
watching you trade.
You been doing trading? Or
Yeah, I traded a little bit for the morning, but I was working on most of this stuff that we're talking about.
all right. You're gonna be able to do the stream later on to test it out.
Yeah, I'll be,
Okay.
yeah, so I'll be doing that.
Yeah, so for everybody that's just joined, my nephew will be. So, small account challenge failed, but you know, it is what it is. But now it's back to demo for a little bit. And then every day, he's not going to stream his trades, but he's going to stream the results and talk about it. And it'll be, I mean, we'll see how long he goes 15 to 30 minutes or 45 minutes, whatever he feels like doing every day. But every day, or not every day, but often he'll be, over the next couple weeks, he'll be streaming that, and then he'll be transitioning to live capital. So that's the plan, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then also, maybe not even streaming, just the trading. I might pull up a chart and just show the highest probability trade that I see that happened in that morning session or in the afternoon session, or maybe a pattern I saw that was very easily able to predict and obviously make profit off of. Stuff like that too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just too hard for you to, I mean, number one, I don't want you to be, you don't, it's hard enough to trade. Get that down, and then maybe if you want a further challenge in your career later on, then think about streaming. But
Yeah, eventually.
we need to get you trading live capital. I mean, the small account challenge, we haven't really talked together. I mean, we've talked individually, offline, but I haven't talked, I mean, I didn't expect it to go down the way it did, but I understand why it did, or why, and it was an unrealistic thing at $500. It really is.
There's also just bad trading on my part, but I mean the account's not completely blown. That's obviously I'm gonna try to work that thing back up over time, but it's still gonna be just doing demo and then trying to trade 3,000, and then maybe with a bit more experience I'll come back and try to clean that account back up. And
Yeah.
climb it.
One way you could do that is you just look for the highest probability trades of the day, and then you go in there and execute 1 or 2 lots. That's about all
Yeah,
you
and
can do.
actually,
Go ahead.
I had a question about that. So like, if I was to see a trade pan out, like kind of a swing trade, would that be kind of the best way for me to? So say I was looking at the charts and I was trading in demo, and I see a really good trade.
Stop field.
Could I switching to a live account and trying to just catch that huge, or catch a really high probability trade? Is that the best way to kind of trade that?
Yeah, so I did that.
Still low.
I've done that before. I think that works pretty well, which is basically when maybe you have an account that's a real account, and then you're demo trading because you're still in that. I've done that where basically I've been demo trading all day. I mean, this is years ago. And then when so for instance, the trade, this would be a good example. The long trade, which is a fade trade that we've been waiting for all day for the NDX to tap this lower level down here. That would be a trade where if I was demo trading today, then what I would be doing is I would be setting up to potentially take that trade live in my live account as a high probability swing trade, if that makes sense.
So scaling in there and then waiting for that.
Yeah, waiting for that.
That initial test.
But
once again, today you can just look at today. If you would have just been trading instead of me fading part of the day, if you would have been just fading, even in a small account, you would have done really well. So,
Yeah.
it's usually there's 2 or 3 trades a day that you can, if you're trading throughout the day and you're doing demo trading, you kind of can feel that, hey, this is a high probability trade. I maybe I should open up my live account and trade this, right? So
Okay.
that would be the way to look at it. At the same time, though, then you're looking at it and you're saying, well, geez, on my demo account, I made $700 or something off a $3,000 account, right? You're like, well, geez, if I was just trading live capital. But I mean, you're right. That account isn't blown. So it's not blown. You could still trade 2 to 3 contracts on that now. But one trade could wipe you out, right? So,
Yeah.
but
Exactly. So is keeping your stop losses tight for a smaller account like that more important, or let the trade breathe more important? 'Cause
no,
I can't really give it space because it's like the whole account.
you've got to
It's
be
really just having the best.
yeah. You've got to be a sniper, and really, I think I could do it I could do a $500 account challenge now, but I'd only be doing 3 or 4 trades in a day. So literally there'd only be 3 or 4 trades. Maybe on a day like today, there might be more, because basically you're just waiting for the key areas on chart 2, pretty much RDA checks, and then you're just selling them on a day like today. But
Okay.
with a $500 account, you're only looking for those 3 to 4 trades a day. And then when you get to $1,000, then you have a little bit more flexibility. It's just that $500 to $1,000 is what happens. And I've tried this before, is that this is what I thought was going to happen to you, is that you were going to grow it to like $700 to $800, and you're going to vacillate between $800 and like $600, because at $700 to $800, you have enough where you could do 3 to 5 lots and scale in, but you've got to be right. Like, that's the thing with trading a small account. You have to be right almost immediately. And if you're not right immediately, you have to get out. And then you risk, if you get out, then you risk the fees eating you up, right?
Yeah.
So it's
destroying you.
it's a catch-22. That's why it's so hard. That's why literally it has to be, okay, I'm taking 2 to 4 trades a day, and they're going to be high conviction trades, and I'm going to give it enough room to breathe. But also the other challenge is that with a $500 account, you can trade maybe 3 contracts, but if you're wrong that first trade of the day, you could be down $70, $80, right? And then
to get that back is small scalp.
yeah, and then you're skittish, so then you're only doing 1 or 2 lot trades. And then if you're doing 1 or 2 lot trades, well, then you're making $20 here, $30 here. It's just such it's to get to $3,000, which is really the magic number, I believe, for people. It's from $500 is near impossible. Your skill level and your ability to pick your trades, because some of the best trades take a while for you to work out, and you have to scale in. I mean,
100%. Yeah.
so
And sometimes you have a really good entry, and it's just waiting for that next move. Because it's like right underneath it, it stalls. You're still waiting.
Yeah, and what happened to you is that you were in profit a good part of the time, but you didn't take profit because you wanted to hold out for a greater profit. And that's the problem with, if you're only able to do 1 to 2 lots. See, 1 lot is near impossible to build an account, because basically 1 lot, you just have to be scalping. You have to have this scalping mindset where you're basically constantly scalping, and every trade, or 80% of your trades is positive, where if you can trade in at least 2 lots, then you still have to have the scalping mentality, but then you take profit early on one lot, and then you just allow one lot to kind of just be your runner.
Mm-hmm.
So
So that first contract should cover both fees for both those previous contracts.
yeah, and probably like if you look at it from a dollar perspective, trading the MNQ on a $500 account, that first trade should make about $20, and then your next trade is your runner, and then that's the one that's going to be making either you're gonna break even on that, so you're only going to make $5 on that trade, or it's going to be a runner, and then you're going to make 40, $20 to $50, sometimes more if that can be a longer runner. But
Yeah.
that's the way you have to trade a $500 account, is that you basically have to be, you got to get to trading 2 contracts as quick as possible, because it's near impossible to build an account trading 1 contract, because you're missing out on runners, and runners is your true account builder. Runners is really, like for instance, now this trade here, I've had to sit on this trade for a while. I mean, I had a good entry, but I also had to sit on this trade for a while. If I was only in 1 lot, that would have been really hard to sit in this trade. If I had 2 lots, I would have already taken some profit. And then from there, I would have 1 runner left right now, and I would probably be up about $60 or now, or not 60, yeah, maybe $60. So this is a prime example of, this is one trade that I would take on a small account, where I would have took that momentum check that happened about an hour ago, no, 30 minutes ago. I would have took the momentum, so I'd be in this trade. I would have already had probably one lot of about $20 taken in profit, and I'd be up about $60 here. But this would have been one trade out of, I would have had to waited half the day for this trade. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So someone here, please, I just came on. What are we trading? Well, we're trading futures. It's listed in description. The tickers. And we're pulling capital from the market. Yeah, I didn't really plan to stream all day, but I just kind of fell into it, and then I don't know, I got comfortable sitting in the chair. I had my coffee. I was able to make Rex is out guarding, doing his guard duty.
Oh, of course.
I've had a problem finding a tailor that's willing to adjust his harness. So he doesn't have his tactical harness on yet.
Oh, what the heck?
It fits Ace. So the other dog, Ace, it fits him perfectly. So he actually went tactical the other day when he came over. But Rex is not yet tactical yet.
Did you hear about this thing on TradingView?
The news one, or what?
Yeah, the earn $100, just sign your ideas, and scripts make editors' picks.
Oh yeah, no, I shared that not years ago. I shared that a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay. I just thought TradingView just posted it again, so I don't know if it was.
Oh, I didn't see that they posted it again. Yeah, I mean,
It was like 2 minutes ago.
yeah, I'll never.
Stop field.
Ooh, we're getting stopped out. TradingView will never probably add me.
I know.
I don't think TradingView will ever be nice to me. Maybe they will. I don't know. Where did you see that, on Twitter, or was that on TradingView?
No, it's on TradingView. It's on the ideas.
Oh, maybe it's something different then. No, thanks, Lee. Yeah, no, thanks for being here. Also, if any other questions, feel free. What position are we taking on gold? So gold, well, it lost the daily or the weekly open. It's going to go retest the weekly open. So the trade on gold is actually probably a long trade up to another weekly open test, I would say. So let's actually do that. Thanks for reminding me.
Where's the weekly open?
Weekly open on gold is 1962 spot 5. So
Okay.
actually, you know what? This is probably a good trade here.
Order filled.
Because there's a strong level here being tested. So strong level on gold, if that breaks, then it's probably going to really break down. But the strong level in the trade that exists is right there at 1953 spot 3. So that's
We'll trade into that. And then we'll trade for an overextension of that. All right. And then NQ, we're still waiting for the sell-off. We're going into the last hour of the market. So ZB is starting to find a bid, but we're still going to wait for the lower level. If ZB gets down to this level here, we will be buyers down there on ZB if it gets down here. What the heck? Why is my chart not showing? So ZB will be buyers down there, buyers on gold, on oil down here, and then we're selling the NQ. I think we probably should sell the NQ here on the pop at the 2 o'clock hour. Call the bluff.
Stop filled.
Noob question: what trading futures instead of gold, cash? Pure speculation. Why trading futures instead of gold, cash? Well, I mean, it's really pure speculation plus leverage. So, I mean, obviously, buying gold on the pullbacks was the smart thing to do. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go get some more coffee and heat it up. 1 second. And I gotta make sure Lorex is still alive.
The long move. Yeah, the NQ is just sold off all day today. Pretty insane price movement.
Nothing yet. I'll be right back.
Well, anyone who's here, I don't have. If someone can message in YouTube or in Discord, how. For the life of me, I cannot figure out in TradingView on the app, my phone. I cannot figure out how to go to streams. I don't know what it is. Or maybe you can't, through the app on TradingView, go through streams. Is that a thing? I don't see anything related to it at all. If someone can message me in Discord,
Stop filled.
let me know.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
It's best to stream from YouTube on your phone as opposed to TradingView. No, I know. I'm just trying to figure out how to watch the stream, like on TradingView, on my phone. That way I can respond to comments on there. I have no it. I just can't find it for some reason. Small Kook. That's his name on Discord. The one I make at the time. This is some really good trading. 7 trades, 14 contracts. That's a really nice trade. I don't know who this is. The no trade zone. Yeah, we're trying to make stickers and emojis here eventually. So if you guys have ideas, or honestly, if you have good art skills, let us know. Because we want to make some dope stickers for where everyone's trading, they can use it. Thank you, by the way, Kingdom, for responding to me. Appreciate it.
Ah, what happened here? I'm long on the NQ. Look at that. I think with chart 4 we're going to be looking at a sell on the RDA. That's what we're looking at on the NQ. And then see you at the afternoon. Sorry, I just broke in here.
Oh, you're good. I was asking a question how to go on the app on TradingView and just watch a stream.
Oh,
I literally cannot find it for the life of me.
well, it's on the right, I think, or somewhere. Remember that's joining us, you definitely want to join Discord down below. If you are ready to get started, just send a DM or go to the website. You'll see a little link there that says ready to get started. That will send an email to us. Quick question about the SPX. Today I watched 430 puts go from 850 to 3,500. Wow, that's pretty good. Per contract. Is there a way how much one contract to ES would give? Meaning the same time period. Well, one.
Oh, you can go.
So the way to look at it is there's the ES is per tick is, and there's 4 ticks and $1 is $12.50 per contract. So that's $12.50. It started selling off. Hold on. The NQ started selling off a little early. Might be a little too aggressive with that. Yeah. All right.
Order filled.
We're going to get aggressive with the sales. Hold on. So that same time frame, you just need to do the calculation. How many dollars did, I mean, it's it's $50 per dollar. So how many dollars did it move? And just to multiply that by 50 is how you would do that. On the MNQ, I'm watching all 4 charts using the system. I am missing something. What is giving you the initial buy signal at 14,302.25? On the NQ. What buy signal?
Order filled.
That's what I'm. That's my whole buy scenario on the MNQ is based on based on the 60-minute chart of the NDX, of the cash market. You know what I don't understand about Rex? Is
What's that?
fuck. That sucked. Never done that before. Sorry. Hold on.
For those of you who are listening, I'm probably streaming maybe for like 30 to 45 minutes. Around. Should I always get the times mixed up? CST is when?
It's 1400 right now.
Okay. It's 1400 right now for you guys?
Yep.
In CST?
It's 1500 market time.
Oh, okay. 3 hours, that's what I was looking at for market time. Market time is GMT, right?
EST,
EST.
Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time. Alright. They're probably like around 5, maybe 4.
Yeah, if it's not too late, I would probably maybe wait an hour or so after the market closed. Maybe allow the
that's what I was
market to
gonna probably
reopen
do.
after settlement,
Yeah.
after the market reopens. And then kind of plan that'd probably be the best time based on, that also would give anybody that's trading or that, was trading the market, they could come back and maybe catch the
take a break
stream.
from it.
Yeah. You don't want to do it
'Cause
right,
that's what,
right when the market closes.
yeah, 100%. Alright, well, I'm probably gonna work out here and then get ready for the stream.
Right when the market closes.
Yeah, 100%. Hello? Hello?
Sorry.
Okay.
I had to let the other dog out. I had to let the
Oh,
other
you're
dog.
good.
Had to let the other dog out.
All good. I'll let you get back to your training. I'll come and work out here and then get ready for the stream.
Okay. All good.
Let me know if you need anything. Thanks you guys for tuning in and watching. My uncle will do his thing. Make that money.
Yeah, we'll trade into the close here, I guess. See if we can make more money.
How much you up right now?
This account, about 23,000. So
Jesus.
yeah, but I've been trading bad today, so it's not.
We've also been trading all day too.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
23,000 is a good amount there.
Yeah, for how bad I was trading earlier. I was aggressively fading, and then I corrected that pretty quickly, and then started to get aggressive on the other side as far as momentum, and then focusing on that. So
Would you
But-
say,
go ahead.
one last question kind of before I go, but this is a pretty broad question. Are you looking at several, I kind of asked this the other day too, but are you looking at several different indications that the market is moving? Well, obviously you are because you're looking at the analysis of all the charts, but I mean, are you looking at like strong level checks from all different charts and looking left of the chart as well, looking at those strong levels and then your pack handles as well, and then obviously where price is at in between the indicators? Are you looking at all that for each trade you're making, or are you looking at a couple of those indications or signals that you would say before you enter in a trade?
That's a good question. I'd say the one chart is always the control, and it's never chart 2. I mean, sometimes chart 2 is the entry chart. So, for alphas that should hear this too, chart 2 is the entry chart, and then the other charts. I'll answer this here in a second. And then one of the other three charts is the control chart, and then there's correlation. So for instance, this cell is all about chart 1. This cell is all about chart 1, and then where the other cells are on the NQ is chart 4. So my control on this trade would be chart 1, the 5-minute chart, and then my entry is making sure that it correlates to making sure chart 4 doesn't disagree with that, and then looking at the chart 3 and saying, okay, what are the two key levels on chart 3 that tell me that this trade is going to work in this favor, or that this level is going to hold up. And then of course you have on chart 4 the strong levels. So I'm trading generally from strong level to strong level on chart 4, generally is what I'm looking at. But then like I said, one chart is always the control. So the main control for this trade is chart 1. And then you'll see where I have the additional entries on the NQ is based on chart 4 RDA check. So I plan to scale into this trade, worst case scenario, but it's not, I mean, I don't have to worry about it now because this trade is working out in my favor, right? Now it's selling off. We're only in 4 lots. Now we're looking for, and I'll answer this question on TradingView, which is why are we looking? I mean, this is exactly what you see here. If anybody's watching, or now's the time to pay attention. We've been waiting for this zone here on the RDA all day, which is either the 415 or the 315 zone, which is about to be overtaken, or this 262 to 304 zone. I know it's a big zone, but it's an RDA check on the 60-minute. And then if you go to the daily, it correlates perfectly, not perfectly, it correlates to our fast momentum check and an overshoot. So what are we expecting to happen? This is just run-of-the-mill trading the Rex Dog system. Just run. I mean, this is something you're going to see day in and day out. Basically, the chart from 8 a.m. was momentum short. There was really no time. I mean, there's a couple times where you could have faded the market, but where was it going? It was going to the momentum check on the daily, which correlates with the RDA check on the 60-minute chart. So what do we expect? The rules of our system and the way we trade the system is we expect an overshoot of the RDA, but we want to see a close above the RDA. So how do we trade it? Well, we just use our scale in, and then so that goes beyond answering your question. But as far as specifically to your question, always to not confuse yourself, you want one chart to always be your controlled chart. So it could be the daily chart. It could be the daily's hitting a momentum check. And so for instance, that's the factor in our long decision here for the rest of the afternoon. So we're running out of market time, so it might not happen today. But if by 2:30 or 3:30 market time, it comes down and it reaches that zone, we would be looking for an exhaustion signal. And then the aggressive way to trade it is you just start entering because you expect a reaction. And then the non-aggressive way to trade it is that you wait for a confirmation pattern out of our pattern library, which we have a pretty extensive pattern library. We have about 8 core patterns in our pattern library. And you wait for a pattern on chart 2 for a confirmation. Those are for people that want to wait for confirmations. So,
I kind of have I have one more question kind of before I can leave this with you before I go so I can get this workout in. What would be, this is kind of a weird question, but is there like a favorite type of trade that you like to take, or a certain pattern that you specifically have, I don't know, not memorized, but have dealt with enough that you like to trade that type of pattern, or a certain false break that you see often?
My favorite trade is actually a strong level check. The first strong level check. It's typically a fade trade, but
you're expecting that first test to fail.
Yeah. Or no, the first test to hold up, basically, is the way to look at it.
Yeah. to get rejected at the
Yeah.
over.
Well, yeah, you're right. It is a failure. The way I describe it, it is a failure. So yeah, I do expect it to fail. So to fail to go lower is the failure.
And that's your favorite why?
Because it's just so damn reliable. It's just
It's very high probability.
oh yeah, it's just so friggin' reliable. And then I like the RDA checks on chart 4 a lot because they're so damn reliable. So
I've seen that recently more because for a long time I mean, this is how I was trading at first. Is chart 2 you can see the most action, so that was my control for when I very first started trading. Obviously not the best control chart to have, but it was also my control and entry chart, which doesn't really make sense. But as soon as I kind of looked at the 5-minute chart and the small tick chart, it started to get me a little more understanding. And then when I was actually able to pull back and go through the training of the 4 chart layout and why we do it, I actually was able to hone down on why I think chart 4 is very important. And then you and I talked about it, obviously, that the strong levels checks on chart 4 are always very strong. And the RDA check, any momentum on chart 4.
well, the reason why chart 4 is really the reason, and this comes. So for those that
Stop field.
are wondering, so if you're an alpha member, there's a section of the training, where is it at, that specifically goes through what we're talking about here. And I'm just going to show this real quick. So underneath the 4 chart setup basics, that has the philosophy of every individual chart. And the philosophy of the 4 chart set, or of chart 4, my nephew kind of said it a little bit, but really it is the structure of the market, and it's not a time chart, it's a tick chart. And the only way that structure builds on chart 4 is by large capital either confirming or denying a reaction area. So for instance, the reason why chart 4 works so well for trades is because capital can't hide there. Capital can hide in a time chart. Capital can't hide in a tick chart. And capital can't hide in the specific tick values that we use just because it's highly reliable. That's why when you see an RDA check, it's a high probability trade. When you see a strong level, like for instance, right now, what you're seeing on chart 4, and I can share this here, is you're seeing the strong level of 340 trying to be held. And if I share this here as far as just a picture of chart 4 so you can see it, when you see this happen time and time again, day after day, then you start to trust it. So that's chart 4. You can see here that yellow line here right around 340. Look, it's been tested 1, 2, 3 times. But every single time, if you would have bought that strong level, you'd be on the right side of a fade trade. Now, keep in mind, you're fading the market, but you'd be on the right side of that fade trade. This is why, like I said, day after day, if you watch chart 4, you will see reliably the strong levels and the momentum indicators and our other reaction areas hold up pretty well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I got someone asking, can I share my thoughts on Google? Sure. Let's look at Google real quick. We haven't looked at the underlying today, but I know most of them are down. But Google, there we go. Yeah, Google's doing what we talked about before. We talked about this the other day. We said most of these charts, this is maybe on Monday, I said most of these charts are due for a pullback. And they're due for a pullback. I mean, at a minimum, we're going to see a reaction around 119, 0.62 on Google. Maybe, based on this alpha candle that's here, that might be enough of a signal, and this is just really clear. If it doesn't ever close above 12438, then at a minimum, it's going to test the next momentum indicator right here. And I would say it's probably going to test the RDA and fill that gap. So there's a gap here it probably wants to fill at a minimum, so it's going to fill that gap. So I would say down to 110. And we've got a possible RSI signal here. And if you look at the triangle for the RSI, what we have here is this is actually a pretty strong RSI. If this actually happens to print today, we got to wait for the close. We've got a red, green, red. Oh no, here it is. Red, green, red. So it's a pretty strong RSI. That would have been stronger if it was here, but it's pretty strong because we've got a couple days of price action between the last signal. So if that holds, this candle, and for members, there's, if you're wondering how to use this candle here, what you want to do is go through the training, go through the packs, the pay attention candle and the alpha candle training, and then use this candle as an alpha candle. This candle is an alpha candle based on what it's done. So you would trade against this candle as an alpha candle as far as where Google's going to go.
It's pretty crazy.
Stop
Sorry
field.
to interrupt you here,
Yeah.
but it's pretty insane that you can keep track of so many different tickers and trade them just based off of the chart.
Well, I mean, it's because we're trading one system. So
That's what I'm saying. It's just a weird thing that I've thought about, but it's just crazy to me.
no, it is pretty crazy. I mean,
Especially because it's you can trade anything with it. It's so many. You can go look at anything. You can just trade just the chart. It's a pretty insane thing to think about.
yeah, I guess I'm so used to it now. I don't really appreciate it as much as I used to. But now, I mean, I've said before, and I said yesterday that, you know, the universe gave me the system, and then it gave me a system that you can give me any data, open, high, low, and close. You know, I don't care what it could be. It could be the amount of times that you touch yourself, and if you can chart that on an open, high, low, and close data, it's going to follow the Rexdog system.
It's insane.
Yeah. So Arter is asking, you have the 5-minute chart, oil, nat gas, bond charts open. Do you have the 4 charts set up in each of them? Yeah. And then, yeah, I do. So since I'm streaming, I have 3 monitors, but
That's a good question.
yeah, but ordinarily I could have 2 monitors or just 1 monitor doing the same thing. So for instance, just for those that are wondering, this is kind of like what one of my setups look like. I have 3 Trade of 8 windows open. No, they're 4K monitors, 32 inches. So
What are ultra wide monitors? Those like the huge ones?
yeah, I have a couple of those downstairs. So my 6 monitor setup, 2 of those are, well, I don't know what people consider ultra wide now. I mean, I have 32 inches, the smallest monitors I would go. So I don't buy anything below 32 inches.
That's such a fat monitor, dude.
That's what she said.
32 inches is insane.
Yeah.
I saw one at Best Buy. It was like the curved one. I don't know how long that thing was, but it was the whole entire desk. It was insane.
Yeah. I mean, I saw one at Comp Center, not Comp, whatever the computer store. I just don't like one monitor. I like having 6 monitors. Like, so down, in my man cave area, I have 3 34-inch monitors and then 2 32-inch and then 1 34-inch. So I'll be upgrading that PC maybe, and then I'll go all 34-inch monitors, all mounted. So
Dude, I can personally tell you, sitting in front of where my uncle is sitting at, it's just TV screens in front of you. It's pretty awesome.
yeah,
32 inches is a lot.
that's the thing. When you get used to having multiple monitors, I mean,
It's amazing.
yeah.
There's no other word for it. It's literally amazing. You can do so much,
Yeah.
especially trading. You could probably see. I could have 4 full charts on 4 different monitors. That'd be awesome. Not that I would do that.
Have you seen, did you get a chance after you stream, look at the Discord server admin? They have some updates today. I don't know if there's anything we need to do or whatever. Damn it. Okay, we're gonna short the heck out of this here.
Order filled.
All right. So we're expecting the sell-off to happen here. There we go.
Order filled.
Going to chase this trade a little bit because I think it's going to happen right now. It's either going to happen right now or we're going to be wrong. The GC trade that we're in, that seems to be on our wrong, we're on the wrong side of that, so we're going to exit that trade.
Order filled.
And then we're going to use chart 4 for our entry, which chart 4 says 1995 spot 3 is our entry there. Kind of late in the market for trading GC. CL is starting to maybe sell off. We're looking for, sorry, I'm not showing my chart. That's where we're at. Yeah, you should go and work out and then go and stream. So
Okay.
good, all good questions though.
Yeah, I just was thinking of them.
But I mean, I would say chart 4 to me, the more I've come to appreciate the value of chart 4 a lot more, as far as a decision factor around what's happening in the market.
How recently would you say?
Oh, in the last year, I would say. I
Oh,
didn't.
really?
Yeah, I'd say maybe a year ago, so I didn't give as much precedent to it as I do now. Now, pretty much, I'm trading level to level on chart 4, and then it's strong level to strong level, and then I'm making sure that I see every weak level. So,
Okay. What convinced you?
well, I mean, it's just seeing it. It's like,
You see it play over and over again.
well, you've done sniper training, right? So, I mean, I
Yeah.
haven't done sniper training, but most people don't know about sniper training is that, yeah, it's about shooting, but it's mainly about observing, right? So
Mhm.
I remember watching an
A lot
interview.
of what snipers do.
Yeah, and I remember watching a sniper talk one time in an interview, and he said, look, he got so good that he can just tell by the way someone walks, their gait, whether or not they're military trained. He can tell the personality of people based on how they walk, whether or not they're military trained, whether or not they're docile. He can just tell. He just observed people enough. So kind of relate it to the same thing, which is when people discount. So one of the most powerful things that you get when you join our system and you become an alpha is that you get a system that's been tried and tested since 2018 and that hasn't really changed. And many people actually underappreciate the fact that you're being taught a system that you just need to adopt, and then you need to learn the idiosyncrasies of how it works. So it's like it's almost like if you got up every day and you watched an intersection. And if you got up every day and you watched an intersection, after about a year, you would get a good feeling for how traffic worked. You would get a good feeling of the locals. And then after about a year, you would understand things that are out of place. You would start getting that spidey sense of whether or not something's not right or something's not, It's the same way with trading. When you solidify your trade system and it's fixed, then you have a baseline to then trade around. And what many people that don't appreciate that maybe aren't alphas yet is that when you join our system, we've already well tested out every indicator you can think of, every iteration of charts, and the 4-chart setup, or if you're not using the 4-chart setup, you're using a derivative, but you're still using the system. You're basically getting the benefit of someone that's sat on an intersection for 10 years and basically has observed the intersection. And then you're getting the benefit of now you're sitting down with a system that's not changing. And so the problem is with most traders, if they don't have a system, number one, they're trying to figure out a system. And most trainings that you get into aren't as regimented as our system is. It might not seem like it is, but it's really regimented. Like you just can't our system doesn't allow you to trade. You only trade at reaction areas. If you're not trading at reaction areas, what are you doing? So a lot of systems, they allow you to trade anywhere on a chart. Our system doesn't. The other benefit of that, when you have 4 specific charts that you're looking at that don't change day in and day out, you then begin to see patterns. And then you begin to build in your mind and in your psyche, you then begin to build the confidence and the conviction to trade the patterns, because you're either very dense, and I mean that literally, meaning that, for instance, if every day for 6 months you see on chart 4 that the chart reacts at a strong level the first time that it hits a strong level, and you don't take that trade, you either really don't want to trade, or you just don't believe what you see every single day. So that's the benefit of having a trade system that you've developed that is the same day in and day out, is that your parameters for what you have no parameters that are changing. You're just looking for patterns within a non-changing system that's highly reliable, I guess is the way to look at it. All right, we're getting into the closing half hour, so we're going to have to get a little bit, not a little bit more aggressive, but I'm going to have to watch the charts a little bit more.
That was awesome. Thank you for the description. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hopefully that made sense.
It did.
I know
You explained it very, very well, actually.
No, I get a little high. So we're still waiting on the NDX here. So right now the NDX is saying that either this level is going to hold, 330 is going to hold, or it's going to break and it's going to take out this low. So if it takes out that low, then I anticipate it's going to do an RDA check. That's what we're trading off of now. We are getting a little aggressive on our short though. So we could be on the wrong side of this trade if it actually.
All right, well, I'll see you guys at the stream later on.
All right, cool. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, of course. I'll see you later. We'll
All right,
talk.
cool.
All right, see ya.
Order filled. Order filled.
All right, we're going to go flat on the rest of the markets. Let's go flat on all of them. Well, I'm going to stay in. No, let's go flat on this too. So we'll see if this trade's going to work out. Maybe we're seeing something we shouldn't be. There we go. It's moving in our favor. Let's put in some trailing stops. We're in about 9 lots. So we'll put in trailing stops at 3s. We'll do blocks at 3s. It might hold this strong level. Remember what I said earlier. For those that were here earlier, I said that the strong level was holding. So no,
Jules, NDX is a specific ticker. In here, type in NDX in the window, and then you should see the same thing that we see here. So NDX is the cash market, is the actual index. It's the cash index of the NQ. NQ is MNQ, and NQ is the futures market. There we go. We're selling off. Okay, it broke that level, so I think we're down to our next level. So now we do want to watch the NDX and see what happens down in this range. Can I add 5 windows to this? I guess I could do 4 like this. I could do a setup like this, and then have the NDX up above, or have the NDX side, or have 3 below. Okay. I can do 5. Interesting. What's this buy here? These buy aren't even on my chart. Oh yeah, they are. Okay, these sells need to be gone. Sells are invalid. All right, sell off, man. Come on, do it. Do it. Ah, it's stalling. Stalling at that strong level on chart 4. As we stated above or before. Is it going to hold this level? It might hold this level. I want to see it tag there for exhaustion though. But we're running out of market time. So let's not get too crazy. There we go. That's what we want to see. Next level down. Come on, keep going. There we go. Okay, here we're going to see the exhaustion move. All right. Let's not call it too soon. Let's not reverse too soon. I'm going to have to move this chart over to where I can see it. I should do this more often. I should just have this one chart here. That way I can see it. All right. We're almost ready to reverse. Almost. Want to get further into our zone before we reverse and go heavy. Perfect timing on this. Perfect timing. All right. There we go. We're looking for a close above the RDA or above our momentum indicator on the daily. We're up about 5,000 there. All right. We might have our first reversal signal. So there we did. We reversed.
Order filled.
All right. There's our first reversal signal. Now we're going to scale in down below. A little bit down below. Plan to scale in for one more push down in case this isn't the final move. So let's see if this is the final move or not. Plan to scale in down below in case this is not the final exhaustion move. We might have one more exhaustion move down. But it hit our zone that we were waiting for. But our zone's pretty wide. Well, I mean, Briggy, you're saying I'm amazed at how long you hold your trades. That all comes down to the system. You know, the system that I trade reverse engineers momentum. So if momentum doesn't shift and bias doesn't shift, there's no reason to get out of trades. If it does shift, I mean, 2 times today I misread the chart. You know, Or I didn't misread the chart. I didn't read the chart, or I didn't pay. It's not that I misread the chart. 3 times today, I ignored the charts. I guess I should say. I ignored what the charts were telling me, and that hurt me. So, now, so this trade here, this is a very early fade, very, very early fade. And we're deep into the market close. I mean, we're 20 minutes into the market close. We got 20 minutes left. Yeah, I'll take a look at crypto here after this trade. I need to focus on this trade because we're about to go maybe heavier. Maybe we'll get up to 60 or 70 lots on this thing. So if the opportunity presents, so I've got to pay attention to this trade. Like I said, I know I started early. Started earlier than I really wanted to on this trade. Or not wanted to, than I probably should have because I didn't wait for a confirmation. Let's look at this 60. Almost there, almost there. Almost there.
Order filled.
Once again, this is an advanced trade. This is not something you should be doing if you don't. I mean, this could be a losing trade too, obviously. So I'm not waiting for confirmation, and I'm not just willy-nilly scaling into any area. I'm scaling into very specific areas that we expect a reaction. And you notice every time I add, there is typically a stall. So where I'm adding are scaled in areas, but I did start this trade a little too early. I should have stuck with the short a little bit longer. Yeah. And I even knew it. I said it out loud. I said, that's what I'm doing out loud. Okay, here we go. I will look at crypto here before we call it a day. Yeah, we'll see.
Order filled.
We're flat on everything else. Actually, we're not. That still is open there. Now we're flat on everything else. Started way too early on that trade. Come on, man. Rip up. Do you stay profitable trades overnight, or are you always closing all trades? Depends. There was like a couple, like maybe 3 weeks ago, I stayed in. It was one of the times I stay in sometimes often, but usually I go flat because it's a day trading account. And I don't want to manage it the same way I manage another account. I just want one account that is doing swing trades. There we go. We're up about $1,800. All right, now this is now we have something to trade against. So I might stay in this trade so for instance, if it does a few things, if it takes out a key level, if it takes out 377, if this trade takes out 377, then I would probably stay in this trade for I don't know, however many lots I have left. But generally, I'm going flat on my day trading accounts just because I just don't. One of the things that you think brokers, like you put a stop loss in the market and you think it's safe, right?
Order filled.
You still have to get up a couple times in the evening and ensure that you still have an entry, or you have a stop loss in the market. It's happened to me more times than not. I mean, it's happened to me quite a few times where I've had orders in the market and then I get up in the middle of the night and the orders are no longer there. It hasn't happened a lot, but it's happened enough where it's concerning. So I don't, you know, I've since figured out a way to mitigate that, but I can think of 5 or 6 times that's happened specifically in overnight trades. Come on, man, rip up. All right, we're looking for a close. What are we looking for? Obviously on the NDX, what we're looking for is we're looking for a close above our momentum indicator. That's what I said before, which it looked like it's going to do. And then we're looking for, remember I predicted we're probably going to test the RDA and then we're going to close above the RDA on the 60 minute. All right, we have 16 minutes left in the market. Since it's your own account and not funded, would you hold longer or overnight expecting to move back up? It depends. You know, like I said, I don't have any. For me, it's more of a. I kind of like to start. It depends on how well of a position I have. If I have a good position and I want to keep, like, so for instance, we're in 24 lots right now. And let's say in the next 15 minutes, or not 15 minutes, the next 23 minutes, which is I get out of the market right around 7 or 8 after the close. I give it an opportunity to continue to move up in a direction. Does not look like it's going to move in our direction, though. Looks like we're going to get crushed here. So let's move these down. Let's scale in below the low. Giving it plenty of opportunity to make the move. So for those that are new, that have just joined, number one, you want to join Discord down below. So down below, find a link, click Discord, join Discord. That's one thing you want to do. But the other thing is, so I have a lot of experience trading the close. So for those that are wondering, I used to just be able to trade about 35 to 45 minutes in the morning. And then I reserved my day so that I wasn't bothered to trade the last 60 minutes of the market. And I would do pre-market for about 7 to 8 minutes. And then I would trade the close really aggressively. This is a little bit more aggressive than I'd like given my position here. So I might have to take a loss on this trade. But we're going to give it an opportunity here. We're in the last 15 minutes of the market. It's either going to rip down and then we're going to take more of a loss than we want, or we're going to have to get out at a at probably about $2,000 or $3,000 loss. I'll know here in the next couple. I'll know here in the next 3 minutes what I need to do. Wow. Okay. Looks like this trade's going to work out. We will look at crypto here before we take off. I'm just going to make sure that I'm watching this trade. Well, I'm watching a YouTube video too. I'm definitely a guy. Because out of all my YouTube videos...
Order filled.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. This is the final line in the sand. I'm either going to have to take a loss on this trade, or it's going to rip up right here. Right here, it's either going to rip up or we're going to take a loss on this trade. Yeah, so I looked at my home screen, my home YouTube screen. And I'm a guy because I clicked on the one that has the chick half-dressed. Out of all the other stuff that I had on YouTube, I clicked on the one with the chick half-dressed. So I'm still a guy. I'm still a red-blooded American. Red-blooded American man. Ooh, damn. Shannon Doherty reveals breast cancer spread to her brain. Oh, that's pretty serious. Deadly disease has less than a 5-year survival rate. Yeah, especially if it spreads to your brain. I know because I have cancer in 4 areas of my body. What is causing the mystery uptick in colon cancer? You know, colon cancer, which is what I have, the type of cancer that I... Whoa, look at that. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, bitches. Sorry for the swearing, for those that are sensitive, that have sensitive ears. There we go. All right. So how do we play this? Really simple. We do 5s, and we give it plenty of room, and we put our trailing stops down here, and we just sit back and enjoy the show with popcorn. 15, 20, 25, 30. There we go. Keep going, sucker. Mystery. What is causing mystery uptick in colon cancer in people under 40? I can tell you this firsthand. So I get treatment every 2 weeks, and I can tell you firsthand that I'm noticing younger people come in getting chemo treatment over the last year and a half. And I know because I've been through the spiel a couple times because I've been fighting cancer for... I hate the term fighting cancer. I'm not fucking fighting cancer. I've had cancer. I've been dealing with cancer since 2016, 17, I don't know. But I've noticed over the last year and a half, it's not older people coming in getting treatment, it's younger people. And most of them have colon cancer. And I do think it's this, I think there's got to be something in the environment. I think it was, for me, it was a combination of terrible diet, and also sitting on my ass too long. I just literally, you know, like today, I've been kind of just stagnant. I mean, I've got up quite a bit, but, you know, there were days where I would just be sitting for hours or for 8 hours straight, right? And just not move. Gaming sometimes, doing other stuff, working. You know, I used to be a workaholic. And, you know, that's one of my biggest regrets is that, okay, we're giving it plenty of room here, man. Come on. One more rip up. It recaptured the RDA. Yeah, I agree. I think it is Roundup. I think it's all the chemicals. I think it's what we eat. There's something in the environment. You can't look at the statistics on colon cancer specifically or any other cancer, and you can't say there's not something happened in the last 30 years. Something has changed where, you know, you're not told to get a colonoscopy till you're 50. Now that's changed. It's supposed to be 30. It's now 30 that you should be getting a colonoscopy. Based on the uptick of colon, if you look at it, colon cancer is set to be the #1 cancer here in the next 3 to 5 years. And it's younger individuals that are getting it. It's not the 60, 70-year-olds. It's the 28 to 40-year-olds. 28 to 50, really, but 28 to 40. It's just, you know, there's something in the environment. There's something with our diets. There's something with our lifestyle that is allowing colon cancer to be an epidemic for younger individuals. I'm thoroughly convinced of it. And maybe it is Monsanto and all this other stuff. Everything plays into it. I think everything plays into it. So, you know, it could be antibiotic. Like here on the dailymail.co.uk, they're talking about antibiotic overuse is one of those things. So what I'm going to do now is I've give it plenty of room. We're going into the last 7 minutes. I'm going to put all of my stop losses above my entry. And then we're just going to, let's take some profit. There.
Order filled.
I took 10 off
Order
just to
filled.
take some profit, to be good stewards of profit. Now I've got all of my remaining stop losses are all above my entry, so I can't lose money. I do trade after. Well, I don't trade after the close. I've learned this. This is good practice. Stay if you can. If you are trading this late into the close, what's ha ha? What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at the fact the cancer argument that I made? So get out at least.
Stop filled.
Don't get out at the last moment.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Oh, we got knocked out of everything. Well, that sucks. Get out around 5 to 8 after the hour.
Stop filled.
All right.
Oh, the chick pick? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't see your comment. No, I mean, yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah. No, it is. I do amaze myself every day. I'm almost 50 and still when I go to YouTube, I mean, for instance, I'll just share. If I go to YouTube, I have 6 Days of Fallujah. I have a Delta Force operator interview. I have Abba and Preach. So if you don't know who Abba and Preach are, I have BBC deleted this. I have, what's the name of that black dude that does tech reviews? I can't, yeah. I have How to Shoot. I have something on God. I have Fallujah. I have something on how to improve my AR. I have Dunder Mifflin, has no rules. I have Band of Brothers. And then I got one picture, which is a chick that's half naked. And that's the one that I clicked on first. So whatever that says about me, I don't really care.
Order filled.
We're going long again.
Order filled.
I know it's 4 minutes into the market, but we're expecting one more rip up. So I'm going to put our trailing stop there. And look, we're here participating in the market. We might as well trade it if we see an opportunity. Oh, I'm 46 now and had pancreatitis and survived pancreas by diet change. Yeah, I tried to do the diet change for cancer, and that kind of bit me in the ass. I should have done the surgery. I would have had a better outcome than have, for those that don't know, I have 2 ostomies. I have a urostomy and an ostomy. I mean, I was kind of worried about just having one. Well, I got rewarded with 2. I mean, I'm lucky to be alive. And I have nerve damage, permanent nerve damage, and I feel pain pretty much every single day. But I mean, everybody has their own problems, so I don't really complain about it too often. But yeah, so I get it. I mean, but I tried the diet approach with cancer, and it worked for a little while, but then one week it came back fiercely and put me in the ER, and then I went to the ER, and then I was brought down to another major hospital and had surgery. And then the only way to really save my life based on where the cancer had spread was major cancer surgery, where I was in surgery for basically 21 to 23 hours, 3 weeks in the hospital for recovery. It's pretty major surgery. But I think even 10 to 15 years ago, I probably wouldn't be alive. I don't think I'd be alive 10 to 15 years ago. So I'm happy to be alive. See if we can eke out another $3,000 to $4,000. P&L, we're up 32,000 is P&L for today. I'll get the exact number here in a second. Pretty good for how bad I traded. I think I feel like I traded pretty poorly today. For me, anyways. Yeah, I'd be interested if you, with your diet, did you drastically change your diet there? So I did. I drastically changed my diet. And I wish I would have years ago because I just feel much healthier. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're like me, if when you change your diet, I mean, I started juicing. I started doing, really watching what I ate. And it just, I wish years ago I would have focused more on. I mean, I joined a local co-op, and that's my favorite store. It's got some of the best stuff out there. You know, I wish years ago I would have focused on learning about diet, how the body processes food. You know, what's sad is actually I meet with a dietitian. I know more about how the body works than my dietitian does. It's pretty sad. It's sad that doctors, you
Stop
know,
filled. Stop filled.
I don't think juicing's killing me. Yeah, you can email me. I'd be interested in whatever diet you have. I don't think juicing's killing me. I think juicing's keeping me alive. But my juice regimen is very specific. Yeah. So it's, you know what I need to do? That's what I need to do. It's minus the spaces. It won't let me put that in. There we are. So we're only in one more. No, thanks. I appreciate any, you look, one of the things you learn about when you get cancer, which I'll just give people some general advice. No one's asked for this advice. Okay. I'll just share from my perspective. Oh, look at that. We got knocked out of that trade. Okay. Well, not bad. One of the best things you can do is if you have someone in your life that you know that has cancer, is when you see them, unless they start talking about how their treatment's going and everything else, the best thing that you can do is treat them as if they don't have cancer, and let them enjoy life. Remind them how precious life is, instead of, because what typically happens is that two things happen. Either you just end up talking about, and I'll do crypto here, so I'll just mention this and then I'll move over to crypto and we'll start doing crypto. So I'm completely out of the market. 33,000 for the day, 33,243. So we'll look at crypto here. But one of the best things you can do is, number one, unless they want you to, don't say, hey, my cousin had cancer and they started taking creatine and then it cured their cancer. Unless you know them well enough, don't breach those subjects, because every person they know in their life is giving them advice on someone they know that had cancer or something they read, right? And there's two types of people that have cancer. There's either people that actually are going to do what I did, which is basically study it, where basically you can have a really deep conversation. I mean, I know how to read CT scans and MRIs. I was teaching my doctor last month how to actually use the new MRI platform that has just got installed to his office, because I've watched the YouTube video, I've read the manual. I was showing them how to measure the tumors. And I was saying, hey, no, use that tool to measure the tumor comparatively to the last 3 scans. That's not normal. I get that. So you either have people that are highly invested, or you have people that are just listening to their doctors and trying to do the best they can. So the best thing you can do is be a friend and help and allow them to forget about the fact that they're facing a demise and the treatment absolutely sucks. There is no cancer treatment that does not have a side effect that doesn't suck. So the best thing you can do is actually let them enjoy life and not be like everybody else, and try to give them advice about how they're going to live, how they're going to survive, the things they should be looking at. That's just my personal, what I've learned. But I am appreciative of people that email me and say, hey, I've had this and this and this. and I do look at it because I'm open to it. But you know, you have to realize the final thing I'll add, and then I'll go to crypto. We'll look at the crypto market. You have to realize, for most people, when they get cancer, it becomes an all-consuming thing, meaning that's all their family thinks about, their next appointment. And I've told my family multiple times, I said, yeah, I have terminal cancer. And yeah, I mean, but I plan to live 10 to 20 more years. I don't know what the cancer is going to do. And this can't rule our life. Yeah, I get treatment every 2 weeks, and yeah, it sucks, and yeah, I'm down, but this can't rule our lives. This can't be everything. So for instance, I got treatment last week, and I felt like crap on Saturday. I just felt terrible, but my wife wanted to go to this local event here. And, you know, I just felt like crap. I did not feel like going. But I also said, if I don't go, I'm not living life. So it was 100 degrees that day. And yeah, I was miserable a lot of it because I just couldn't fight through kind of just feeling like crap because I was still recovering from the chemo treatment and everything else. But I still went. I still enjoyed the day. I still glad I went. You know, I guess that's the last thing I will say is just kind of keep that in mind if you have someone in your life that has cancer, which is that realize that pretty much their whole life is centered around them trying to survive. And then the treatment sucks and having cancer sucks. Everything about it sucks. There's nothing great. So the best thing you can do is for that little time that you're with them is help them actually enjoy life. Help them like forget about it. That's the best thing you can do. All right, let's move on to crypto because this is not about cancer. It's not about me being, talking about how to help other people through their ailments. So let's look at Bitcoin and see what it tells us. Okay. Well, right now we will have a close in a couple hours, in about 3-4 hours. It's trying to hold the RDA. If it holds the RDA, the next level that we need to watch on Bitcoin is right here, 27.7. So that's the most important level. What's the next most important level? These are the two most important levels on Bitcoin. If you're not following on Discord, you want to follow in on Discord because I will be sharing this and updates on Discord. So I'll share this right now in Discord. So for those that are on Discord, I'll share this in our Bitcoin and crypto. So those are the two most important levels on Bitcoin. That's all you need to watch. Nothing else matters. These two levels. Yeah, the RDA matters, but these two levels are the only two levels that matter. It loses this level, it's going to go down lower. It recaptures this level, it's going to go up higher. That's what the chart tells us. We don't need to look any further. All right, is there any specific cryptos anybody wants me to look at? Otherwise, I'll just go down the list. We'll look at Magic. Okay, so here is what we're probably going to look at. We're going to start on the 4-day, the golden time frame for trading crypto. So if anybody listening, if you haven't heard me say this before, let's look at ETH. I did get an ETH. The best time frame that you can use for crypto trading is the 4-day. I'm telling you, if you use the 4-day trading and specifically if you use the Rexdog system or just the RDA, you will become a trading god in crypto using the 4-day. I'm just telling you right now, it is the best time frame, better than the weekly time frame. If you learn how to trade the 4-day in crypto. All right, so right now ETH is barely holding on to momentum here. So this is pretty simple. If we get a close below this momentum indicator at 1800, it's going to test this lower level here at 1438. That's pretty much guaranteed to happen. So that is ETH. ETH is this level right here. If it closes below there, then it's going down here, kind of guaranteed to happen. If it continues to maintain this, then there's a higher probability it's going to go and test this upper level here. And then from there, that is the mix 200. Now, the one concerning thing on ETH, as far as if you look at the mix 200 and what it's telling us, is that the mix 200 right here turned red. That means that this move is relatively weak. The mix 200 is basically a combination of the EMA and the MA. When it's red, the EMA is below the MA. That is typically a sign of a weakness
in the overall move when it's red. So we would like this to turn green for us to have more confidence on the upside. But right now, if it loses this level, it's going down to test this level almost guaranteed. If it closes above this level here, it's going to test this level up here, pretty much guaranteed. So those are the two levels on ETH. Let's share this on Discord. Now, here's what I want everybody, that if you're still watching, or obviously if you're still here, I don't need to say that. But look, I go through this really quick, and you might be saying, okay, how do I? So here's the thing: if you're not in a trade, this is where you drop down to a lower time frame, like the 1 hour, and you say, okay, I believe based on the system and what the system tells me that I should be long. So you either enter a trade right now, long. You're really in the middle of this two zone. So your best bet is to enter a trade down here. Actually, I know it looks weird, but you enter a trade down here, long, or you enter a short up here in futures. This is the weekly open. So if it recaptures the weekly open, it's probably going to continue up. So at a minimum, the best trade that exists for ETH is actually the long trade. And the long trade is somewhere in this zone here. The best long trade is wait for somewhere in this zone here. Scale in down to here. You get a close on the daily below here, you get out. Otherwise, you scale in down to here, and then the target is the weekly open. Now, you have another level here, too, that you'd be watching right around 1840. So when I go through these charts, I know I'm just going through this, and I'm just kind of saying, hey, this is this, this is this. I'm going through this, and if I were trading ETH I trade ETH as a long-term, I'm talking swing trades. If I was trading ETH, this is how I'd be analyzing it. I would be entering a trade. I wouldn't enter a trade right now. I'd be doing a fade trade. My first entry would be right here. This would be my first entry. And then I'd be planning to scale in down to here. And if I get a close down to here, I'd get out of that trade. Otherwise, I'd be closing down to here and I'd be waiting for a weekly test coming later in the week. That's what I'd be waiting for. All right. Is there any other tickers that people want me to look at here before? Whoa, what happened there? Before I, yeah. So let's go to the next crypto. I can almost guarantee the narrative is going to be the same for all of these cryptos. Yeah. I can guarantee it. Okay. Doge. Yep. Okay, see this? We don't even need to go much further. I can almost guarantee this is what we're going to see on half the charts. So half the charts are telling us that we have a value range here. We have a value range that built. That value range is either going to hold or build. Your best bet is don't do anything now. Plan to scale in down at this lower value range. That's your plan. Plan to scale in down here. So if you're not already in the trade now, just wait. And then plan to scale in down here. You could maybe buy around this 1667 if you were trading SOL. But your best bet is wait for this lower level. That's your best bet. Same with Doge. Doge is the same type of thing. Same pattern. Don't even need to draw it. YGG. What's YGG? I don't even know what YGG is. Same pattern. Well, this one here is at a low. BNB. We already talked about BNB before. BNB, what we're looking for here is right around 213, 214. We'd be scaling in. And I would plan to scale in for me. What I'm planning to do is scale in all the way down to probably about 150. Long-term investment there on BNB. I do not believe Binance is going to be destroyed. That's my personal feeling. IOST, same type of thing. Wait for this lower range here. Algo. Algo is maybe one where maybe want to get into. So here's how you trade Algo. This is real simple. This is real simple how you trade Algo. If you want to trade Algo, you want to just take a flyer. Number one, it's kind of not the best trade on the books, but let's say you wanted to trade Algo. It's real simple. This is the simple way to do it. Got 11%. Okay, simple. All right. Here's how you trade Algo. Enter a trade right now. Mark out 11% bracket entries. Right here. That's your next entry. Here's your next entry. Let's say you had $3,000 you wanted to put towards algo, right? What the hell? And then go down here. Is this helping anybody? Does anybody care about this? This is all you do. Just keep adding. Because what are you doing? I'm just telling you in crypto, what you're doing is you're buying the lows, you're buying off the 4-day, and what are you saying? You're saying that this is not going to go to zero. So let's say that you had $3,000 that you're willing to lose, okay? Let's just say that. If you had $3,000 that you're willing to lose and you think algo is the right thing to move into, this is what you do. Enter a trade right now. Take, I would scale in all the way down. Plan to scale in probably about eight different scale ins, right? So planning to scale in 8 different times. And then ideally, you're not going to get picked up. Eventually, it's going to turn around. And then, because what happens here? Look at this here. Let me just show you this. This is our momentum indicator, okay? How far does it get from our momentum indicator before it retests our momentum indicator? Well, the last time, it got 56% from our momentum indicator. So if you do the same type of thing and you do 56%, that puts you down here right around 364. So what you would want to do is do the same type of scale in. Scale in from here, take your 3,000 and equally scale in down to here. Just equally scale in. And then it's real simple. It's either going to zero or it's going to recheck our momentum indicator at 1880. It's a complete flyer. Look, I'm not saying that this is I'm not recommending you do this. In fact, I'm telling you not to do it. I'm just saying that this is one way to trade crypto. This is one way I trade crypto. I trade crypto this way. I've shared this strategy back in 2019. You can go back on my YouTube channel and I share with you starting over. In fact, I'm going to share that specific video just so you know for sure that I know what I'm talking about. Or not that I know what I'm talking about, but I'll find it here while I'm talking. I think it's called starting over. Literally, I have a video. Or not being wrong. It's something stupid like that. What the hell? Where literally I just say in the video that it's don't try to be right. And if I find it, I'll share it on Discord later. So I don't want to take the time from here. Let's go to Ape, the next one. Ape's the same thing. Well, Ape has a little bit different signature, okay? What's Ape telling you is basically you probably shouldn't look at Ape until it gets down to 97 cents, 93 cents. If Ape gets to 93 cents, I'll be buying it like crazy. So I'll just share that. That's my perspective on it. Can you just use the trade tool? It has built-in number of percentage amounts and it calculates the size for you. Yeah, you could do that, but I just don't use it. Waves is the same type of thing. Like I said, once you start looking at these patterns, they're all the same. So it doesn't matter where you deploy your capital. It does matter here because CFX is a little bit different look. Mask, little bit different look. ARB, ARB is what I've chose to deploy some of my capital on. So I'm buying ARB. I will buy ARB down to 50 cents. And it's capital that I'm willing to just lose. But I expect ARB at some point in time to go back up to $4.50 to $5 is kind of what I'm projecting. Complete punt. This is from someone that's been in the crypto market since 2016, okay? So you can take my advice or not. I don't, you really shouldn't take my advice because I don't know what I'm talking about. But we just went across just a swath of the crypto market. The patterns are the same. Same patterns. So it doesn't, this is what I'll leave everybody with. It doesn't matter if you deploy your capital in ISOT, algo, ape, waves. The pattern is all the same. So they're going to move. They'll move at different times. But if the alt market is going to move, these are all going to move eventually, or they're going to die. I mean, that's still, but the patterns, if you just see here, the patterns are the same. The only pattern that we've seen that's different is CFX. CFX, this pattern is much different than all the other patterns. It's got a long way to go. So on CFX, I would be a short seller here. And I would short sell. I would scale in to CFX, and I might even do this trade here on KuCoin. I'd scale in all the way up to here, and then force short down to a test down to 1,667, whatever this is, range down here. So to me, that's what the chart's telling me right here, is that it's time to short this thing down to this. And then if that gives up, then it's down to this inflection zone here. It does look like it's going to test this inflection zone. That's the thing about crypto. Crypto is such an emotional market. All right, well, I've been streaming the whole day, and I'm getting a little bit worn out, so I do need a little bit of time. Maybe I'm going to play a little bit of Modern Warfare, hang out with the dogs for a little bit. But I do appreciate everybody. Once again, if you haven't joined Discord, you want to join Discord down below. If you are ready to get started in the training, send me a DM or go to the website and say, click here to get started. And we can definitely, I'll ask you a few questions, and then if it's a fit, you can get started. I look forward to seeing everybody. I do plan to stream tomorrow. I'm not going to stream the whole day, I don't think, because this is way too much. Let's go out like we typically go out with Black Dynamite.
I threw that shit before I walked in the room.